as promised, I'm back. Oh, I needed that nap and I needed it bad. As soon as I laid down, I was out cold. Out cold. Yep. Hang on a second. I got to put my glasses on. Where are my glasses? Okay. Yep. I got a 2-hour nap. So here we go. All right. So we're going to pick up right where we left off. So we had, we just finished up with Jim Willie and Patriot Underground. And next, let's see, what did I have? Okay, so we got Matt and Joy. Okay, let me get these lined up here. I also sent a invite to Ronnie, inviting him to join us if he would like to. I hope he does. He was a great company the other night. We had a good time, good conversation. So I'm hoping that he would like to join me, and maybe bring Steve along with him if he wanted to, or one of his other compadres. Because I me, I don't like seeing anybody censored off of here, because if you get censored off of here, I'm gonna have to bring you back. I got to bring you back. It's like raising the dead. It's just the way it goes. That's one of the things that I have focused on is guys who have been removed from YouTube due to constantly telling the truth and giving accurate news reports in comparison to what the mainstream media gives. And there was a big purge back at the beginning of this, and when that happened, I went from making cannabis videos to bringing them back, and then we did a bunch of prayathons. For over a year we did the prayathons almost every weekend, and then I took a year off. But I'm back. Well, as long as I can afford to stay back. It's costly on my end, and it's not an easy feat to accomplish when you're running off a generator. It is not easy at all. Okay, so let's get our banners up. Let's see, where is Matt and Joy? Okay, so this is where we're going to start off. So this was an interview done by X22 this morning, and I thought that this was very interesting. You guys would appreciate this. So let's get started. Here we go.
Talk about being prepared. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023. Between emboldening cyber criminals and ransomware as a service thriving, the threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon, most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands of people, are preparing for the worst with Night Watch Pro. Night Watch Pros are affordable night vision binoculars that allow anyone to see with predator-like vision in pitch darkness. They're perfect for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more, especially in an extended or life-threatening power outage scenario. Plus, they include high-end night vision features like 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and long-lasting rechargeable battery. The best part is that Night Watch Pros are 60% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including a 32GB SD card for your new night vision binoculars, express shipping, and 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Get yours now by going to nightwatchpro.com. That is nightwatchpro.com, or click the link in the description. Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have two returning guests, Matt and Joy Thayer. Matt and Joy are filmmakers. They are creating the latest film, The Trump I Know. This is going to be a red carpet event, and I don't think anyone should miss it. And I am very happy to have Matt and Joy on the X22 Report Spotlight. Matt, Joy, welcome to the Spotlight.
Hey,
Thank
Dave.
you so much for having us back.
Good to hear you again.
Yes, thanks for coming back. I mean, there's a lot going on around the world right now. We were just talking before we came on air. I mean, let's just talk about what's happening out in Israel right now with the war. I just wanted to get your take on it, either Matt, Joy, either one. You guys can just chime in. What is your take on what is happening? Do you think this will lead to a world war? Do you think this will get worse? What do you think is going to happen here?
I hope it doesn't lead to a world war.
Yeah.
I think that China and the CCP would love to have this end up as a world war and spread our resources very thin. And we've been, putting all of our efforts towards Ukraine and everything. But I think that the Palestinian government and the Hamas, they don't really want anything. They want total annihilation. And so without the support of America, I think that they really need our help right now.
Mhm.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting. We were talking about a little bit beforehand, but just the narratives that just aren't sticking. Like the the hospital.
Right.
I think a perfect example. It's like all of a sudden, this. It was exploded. It was tragic, awful. Just totally bad, right? But then it's like the way that they immediately jumped out in front of it and trying to spin it as if this was, an Israeli attack. And then all of a sudden it's like, now you've even got Biden coming out and saying like, well, actually it was a bomb that just just a stray bomb that blew up. And so that all just disintegrated. And I think that's what's interesting right now, I think in comparison to any other time in history, is how quickly the narratives that are being seeded out by mainstream media or legacy media are being counteracted, and so it's just kind of a fascinating, because it's like used to be like wait 6 months, now it's like wait 6 hours.
Oh my goodness, right.
I mean, it's like pretty crazy.
But I think what we saw when President Trump was in office is that we had no wars anywhere.
Right.
He was shutting all of that down, and he did unprecedented peace in the Middle East. We had the Abraham Accord, we had a bunch of different things that he was doing. And I highly believe that if he was in the White House right now, that we wouldn't be having this issue over in the Middle East.
No.
When I think back to like with Iraq and everything with George Bush, and they continually told us, they have weapons of war. Back then, the fake news, there really weren't that many social media platforms. They were very tiny back then, but they really controlled the narrative. So, I mean, you had no other place to really look unless you dug in and did some research, and then you started to understand what was going on, but you couldn't spread it anywhere. You couldn't say, hey, by the way, this is fake. And I think what's happening now, since Elon took over Twitter, now calls it X, and with True Social.
In honor of you, actually.
Yeah, I stole my name. Holy crap. So with Rumble and everything else, I think what's happening now is that they're trying to keep a narrative. They're trying to control it, but it's, as they like to say, it's debunked within a couple of hours. They can't do it anymore the way they used to. And I think this is going to be a major problem for them moving forward, because listen, we've come to find out with the Twitter files that the government was censoring people. The government was involved in, shutting down doctors, lawyers, anyone's account that didn't go with the narrative. And now that people know this, it's very, very difficult for them to censor. So I personally think they might take this to the next level, because if you can't censor people on an individual basis, they might, maybe shut down certain things.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is it's like, because I was even thinking about it a little bit further and kind of come back around to your question there, but or to your thought is, growing up, I mean, we're about the same age. And, you would always hear of, conflict in the Middle East. You would always hear of, you're 29. Yeah. But you would always hear of, conflict in the Middle East. There was just always unrest. And I think, what's interesting is, like Joy was mentioning, Trump comes into office and all of a sudden it's like ISIS is just eradicated, is gone. And he gets these Abraham Accords. And so like there's this peace there. right? And so there really was this kind of pause, with these conflicts in the Middle East that we have just become accustomed to. And I think when you just it's kind of like hearing a drippy faucet, you constantly hear it, and then all of a sudden it's like you tune it out. And it was kind of the same thing with the Middle East conflict that was going on our whole lives. And then all of a sudden it was like that drippy faucet got fixed. And right. And now they're intentionally trying to get something going again. And now, wait a minute, it's causing a dissonance with people of like, well, hold on a second, what's going on here? Why is that happening now? And maybe people aren't really actually consciously asking those questions, but subconsciously it's like affecting people. And so it's just really interesting, like what you were saying too, in conjunction with the fact that now that you have citizen journalists, like yourself and, other people who are doing regular broadcasts or talking about the news of the day, deciphering things, digging into stuff and projecting out like another, maybe not necessarily a complete other counter narrative, but at least asking questions that are causing people to go, wait a minute, hold on a second, let me look over there, instead of looking at what the legacy media is just projecting outward all the time. And it's starting to create a lot more dissonance in people's minds where, and I think that's good, because it's like people have to recognize that there's, there's something like that going on,
right?
And I think that people are starting to become more aware of that. I don't know if you experience that or not.
But I think that to his point as well, though, because they've tried to censor in whatever way they possibly can. And so you have the legacy media that's owned by a monopoly of companies, and you've got the big tech involvement and partnerships, and we've got all of these different things that are going on. And we've got things like Truth Social, and we've got things like Rumble, and we're going around all of that. And right now what we're experiencing with the narratives over in Israel and all of these Palestinian protests in the United States is they're trying to craft that narrative, and they're seeing some cracks in that. And the concern would be, if they can't control it and the truth gets out there, are they willing to go to something more
and just shut it down? Yeah,
that would be something that people need to be mindful of and prepared for. And we, prepare for the worst and hope for the best kind of situation. But when people are desperate, they make desperate decisions.
They do. I mean, this is how desperate they are. I mean, since we're talking about censorship, I mean, the Biden administration, that they actually went back to the Supreme Court because they want to censor people. They, I mean, really, if you wrap your brain around this whole thing, we have the DOJ, the Biden administration, who's supposed to be upholding the Constitution. They're going to the Supreme Court to ask the Supreme Court to reverse the ruling so they can censor people on social media. I mean, this is, if you said this 8 years ago, 9 years ago, people will go, well, that's just ridiculous. That really, you really think they would do something? That doesn't even make sense. Why would it? But you're having it happen today. And this is how desperate they are. They're actually pleading with the Supreme Court to censor.
Yeah.
It's such an upside down world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right now, it's, we keep going back to talking about the founding fathers. I mean, they'd be turning in their graves. But when you look at history, I mean, look at what they faced and what they fought down. I mean, they had to create parallel economies. They had to create parallel, information networks and committees of correspondence and all that other stuff, because, they were dealing with very similar types of actions. You know what I mean? The technology was different, but it's still, they were, the English government, the crown, was circumventing and trying to keep running their own narrative. And it's the same thing now. And so it's like, it's not surprising, because it feels like tyranny has the same bag of tricks, that it's like, tyranny is just tyranny, and they're going to do what tyranny does, which is try to shut down the voices of people. And, if that doesn't work, then, who knows? They might take a stab at I don't know, creating like a cyber attack kind of false flag or something like that.
If they go to cyber attack, I think they're going to try to get the American people to actually ask for censorship, because I think that they're using I think this is just an opinion, because we're experiencing all of these protests everywhere on the college campuses, on throughout the states. We've got a protest happening at the Capitol right now. And these are not they're not peaceful, nonviolent protests. They're actually seeking for the death and destruction of the Israeli people. And so I think that they'll say, do you see this is bad? We should censor that, instead of actually handling those situations and saying this is not an appropriate place to do these kinds of events and all that kind of stuff. And so I think they're moving to craft it where we actually ask for it, not just comply with censorship, but where we are inviting censorship because we don't want these things to be happening. But what we should do as citizens is say, hey, that protest shouldn't be happening on this college campus. That shouldn't be happening in the Capitol. What they're requesting is heinous, all that kind of stuff. Because we have this protest, a few years back in January. And they're using these different things. So they censored that protest. They're not censoring these protests, and they're trying to get us to actually get involved. I think they're playing with people's minds right now. But
well, yeah, because it's like the same thing with the Second Amendment. If they can get you to give up your guns voluntarily, then you know what I mean, they've won, right? So it's the same thing with speech. If they can get you to give up your speech voluntarily, going like, oh yeah, no, this is totally dangerous, please censor us.
The nonviolent coercion stuff, right? And
like,
you've wanted
they
this.
understand this. They have to get people to give up their rights voluntarily. They're never, they're never going to be able to take the rights away from people without some sort of counteraction happening.
But I think in an extreme case, I think that they would be happy to take our grid down, because that makes everybody feel so unsafe and uncertain, and it puts people in a position of fear. And so I think that's
my wondering though is, who are they going to blame it on? Because that's the thing. I think
Russia.
that they're going to try to blame it on Russia, but the problem is that
this is our day-to-day life.
Their narrative their narrative isn't sticking, on the, like we were talking about, the narratives kind of just start falling apart and crumbling so quickly. So it's hard to get, if that's what they're trying to do, is create some sort of a false flag situation, then they have to have a patsy, and they have to be able to set up that patsy
for climate change,
right, or whatever, right? And so but each one of those narratives seems to not be working as far as getting that set up. And so they're going to have a hard time passing this off on somebody, which is probably one of the reasons why they haven't resorted to that yet, because it's like they have to have that in place.
They're trying to keep that in the back pocket.
Yeah, they always.
This is all of our surmisings.
Yeah, they always fall back on the Russia thing, because that's what they have. They're not going to say, oh, by the way, it's China. Oh, but they always fall back to Russia. With the Hunter Biden laptop, with Trump, manipulating the election. It's always, it seems like it's always Russia.
Yeah,
and I agree with you that they want us to say, just like with weapons, oh yes, there's mass shootings. We need to take the weapons away. Oh, look at the protests. We should stop this. But it could work the other way, actually. We see the protest going on in the Capitol. And yes, everyone say, look at this insurrection. Well, if they're allowed to do it, then you must release everyone from prison then, because if you're not going to arrest these people for an insurrection, so all those people that were in there, they don't have to look around for their pictures. They're standing right there. Everyone was taking pictures. Everyone knows who they are. If they don't arrest them, I think then the narrative is, well, you didn't arrest these people. They were in there. How did they get in? Did they go through the metal detectors? Who let them in, actually? If you really think about it. And if you don't arrest them and put them away and keep them in prison for a year, just like the January 6 people, then you must release the January 6 people. So this can actually work against them. And actually, I think the gun control thing is kind of working against them now, because now you see, out in Israel, what happened with people coming over the border, going into people's homes and hurting them. And now that we have had open borders, people are very nervous. And people that I've been speaking to, they're very nervous that, wait, are there cells inside the country? Did they let them in? And if they are, I actually want a weapon now. Actually, I was speaking to a couple of people that do not like weapons. They completely against them. And now they're thinking, maybe I should just have one in my home just in case, because now they're watching everything and they're afraid. So I think this is kind of backfiring on them a little bit. And I think put it this way, if there is something that happens with that, hopefully not, if something does happen in this country and people learn that it is a terrorist or something like that, they're screwed. I mean, that's all their narratives just go down the drain there. Open borders, gun control, everything. So,
well, yeah, and I think that's the thing is that, truth and logic will always end up ruling the day, because it's a lot easier to maintain truth and logic because you just tell the truth
Mhm.
and do something that's reasonable versus, trying to, spin a web of lies. It's like it's like a spider web, it just ends up getting confusing and convoluted, and then you end up getting stuck in it yourself and you can't remember which part you told last. And, that's really what's happening. And that's why, a lie, I believe that's one of the reasons why, God set up the universe this way, is that, it's like when you try to create something out of lies, it always ends up falling apart because there's just nothing that can hold it all together. And so that's why the truth and logic will ultimately always, win the day.
Sometimes it just takes a little bit too long, though.
It just takes time.
I think that, that's the trouble with where we're at in our society, is I don't know if enough people have hit their pain point to wake up and do something. And that I don't know personally what to do about that, because you want to go shake every person that you know and be like, hello, can you see what's going on?
Well, I think that's why when Trump was, I forgot where he was, but given the speech and he said, we're in a pause. I think he knew coming into all this that it would take time for people to wake up, and people wake up at all different times. I mean, someone who lost their job and they see the economy failing. Oh my God, I just woke up. I'm pissed off. I'm angry. Someone with the open borders, who lives down in the South, in Texas or Arizona, right there. Those people are waking up. So I think every step of the way, I don't think he would be able to, or, this whole entire mission, which I do believe is happening. I don't think they could wake up everyone with just one little thing. I think it was going to take many different things to wake up the population and actually break the brainwashing of the fake news. And I think it takes time. It's almost like if you go back to the 70s and remember when we had all these cults and they used to go in and they rescue people and they drag them out and they wanted to go back to the cults because they were brainwashed into it, and they had to deprogram them. And it took a while. It didn't happen overnight. And eventually they were deprogrammed and they started to realize that, holy crap, I was praying to a head of lettuce, and, that was, and, and I was doing all these things and it was crazy. So I think it's going to take a little while for people to wake up. And I think going through 2024, especially with people seeing the trials and with, Trump being indicted, I mean, he had the mug shot. I mean, he played that perfectly. He put it on a coffee mug and a shirt and he sold it.
Thing ever.
It was great. Now he's talking about when he was out in Iowa saying that, I will be happy to go to jail. And let's talk about being prepared. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023. Between emboldening cyber criminals and ransomware as a service thriving, the threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon, most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. This is why tens of thousands of people are preparing for the worst with the Lightbug. The Lightbug is an ultra-bright, mini portable floodlight built for life-threatening power outages that you can take with you anywhere. This savvy solution to blackouts is so effective because it uses solar power instead of traditional energy, making it excellent in low or no light situations, including emergencies, cart repairs, fishing, camping, night markets, and many others. It also includes life-saving features like a built-in power bank for charging, an adjustable bracket, battery indicator, and more. The best part is that Lightbug is 66% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including express shipping, 100% lifetime guaranteed replacement. Get yours now by going to lightbug.com. That's lightbug.com. To save democracy. I mean, can you imagine a picture of him behind bars? I mean, do you know how many mugs and shirts and everything he would be able to sell? It would be absolutely crazy. He'd make a fortune off of these people that are trying to put him away.
I know. That's what I told people. I said that $200,000 that he posted in bail was probably the best investment he's ever made.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if he's going to go to jail or not. He did mention it, but I mean, if he does, I think the people are going to go, holy crap, look what they just did. I mean, if he's trying to show everyone election interference, if he's trying to show everyone that they rigged 2020, I mean, I think the first phase of it is, okay, let them see the election interference while I'm running for president in the 2024 election, and let them see it every step of the way, because it'll be a lot easier to convince people that they cheated in 2020. And it looks like that's exactly what he's doing.
No, I agree, and I think that's where a lot of people, because we work on a lot of documentaries. We worked on election integrity documentaries, worked on this this project with the president, and the thing is that so many people get kind of hyper focused on, well, we got to fix our election system, which absolutely 100% we do.
Yeah.
But election interference happens in tons of different ways, and if you don't expose all of that, then they're going to be like, okay, fine, you can fix your little election system, but we're still going to control the narrative over here and still get people through Google searches and like you were saying, like controlling the narrative or trying to get people to think about a candidate one way or another. That's all election interference, and if you don't expose all of it, then people will ultimately end up just going back to sleep and watching their football games.
Right.
And we have to recognize the length and the breadth and the depth of the problem.
Well, and for President Trump to fix our democracy, he has to put it back on we the people. And so he can do everything that he can and get back into the White House and everything and be in charge in front of everybody and have the next 4 years. But that's it. If he goes out after that, what are we going to do?
Right.
And so we, the people, have to be empowered. We have to start voting in our local elections again. We have to start voting in our state elections. We have to be involved. And so in fixing the democracy, he's going, you guys have the power and you guys need to take that back up.
Take control of our own thoughts,
right?
And recognize and process information differently. We just all have to learn how to do that. Literally take every thought captive and going, hey, where is this coming from? Who's this coming from? Who's saying this? Do I trust them? Even if I do trust them,
is it accurate?
What I mean? Is it accurate? It's like, I mean, I listen to your program quite often, and it's like, I still, it's like, and you encourage people like, hey, do your own research. I mean, that's what you have to do. You can't just because I trust, you, Dave, and you're my friend and, and everything else. And you've become a trusted voice and somebody that I listen to. I still have to,
follow up.
I still have to filter, that through a process of questions in my own mind. And that's, only you can do that. Only people can do that for themselves. Nobody else can do that for you.
Yeah.
You can't be lazy and let somebody else do that for you.
I 100% agree with you, and don't trust me. Let me ask you this. I mean, you said you're working on election documentary. I mean, as we move into 2024, we saw 2,000 Mules. We saw how they cheated, which I do believe they did cheat, because I don't believe the person in the basement won. How do we overcome their system? Because when I look at the elections, I see it as they created this election system. It's their system. It's not the people's system. It's their system that they created for cheating. So how do we overcome? I know Trump on his Iowa tour, he said, we need to go back to paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting. I think almost everyone agrees with that because that's what we've been doing for a very long time. But their system that they created is these mail-in ballots, drop boxes, the Dominion machines, you name it. I mean, they just have all these different techniques, the illegals coming in where they're, automatically registering these people. So if we're going to go up against them, which we are in 2024, how do we do this? I mean, I hear Trump saying that we need to do what they're doing, but what do we do? How do we overcome their system?
Yeah, well, I think it's a combination of it's not an easy answer.
Yeah,
and I think that's the thing that nobody really wants to hear. It is a complex problem, and a lot of times we've been taught these days to just run away from complex problems and not to really dig in and figure out what's going on. But in addition to the fact that they've created this, call it the election industrial complex, where you have, people that are literally sucking at the teat of this whole system, that has been created around voting for the purpose of making money and for cheating. There's also a system of rules and laws, and and that's one of the things that we're going to be talking about in this new documentary that's going to be coming out in a couple of weeks is the system that has been set up to keep people from actually contesting elections, and how that's been set up to deny those cases. And so people need to understand that that's also a system that needs to be cracked and dealt with, because it's not just. And so, but how do you do that? Well, you just have to keep pushing at it. How do you break down anything? How do you break down any fortification? You know, you have to keep coming at it with a battering ram. That you have to keep coming at it with more information, new lawsuits, new documentaries, new exposing. You know, you have to just keep cracking it. And like I said before, the fortunate thing for us is that they've built these systems based on lies. And if we understand that and we keep coming at it with truth, the truth is always going to bust through the lies. It's just the only reason why a lie wins is because truth stopped battering against it.
I think also the awareness piece is one of those things. If people are naive and they don't know that this has been happening under their noses, that's one thing. And so then if they all of a sudden become aware, then they have to start doing something. They can't just be, because that's part of the issue with this movement that everybody says I'm awake. They might now be awake to the truth, but they still don't get involved. And so they need to do something. And the first place you would start with elections is your local elections. Find out what's happening with your city council. Find out what they're voting on, how often they're voting on it. Are they having private sessions? Can you go? Do you have the time, the energy, anything like that? Can you get involved with a group and somebody from the group goes? Like, there are ways that we can start at that local level. But if we're not impacting our local community, it's going to be much harder to impact the nation at large. So we can't just go out and vote every time that there's a presidential election. We need to be voting for our sheriff. We need to, as everybody has realized, how important school boards are. You know, those are things that people can do. And then just because somebody's doing something wrong and they're cheating doesn't negate us from the responsibility to do what we're supposed to do. Because that's the other thing you hear is people go, well, what does it matter if I go out and vote? You know, what does it matter anymore? It's all rigged against me. You still have the right and responsibility. You know, you're going to be answering to our creator. That's what you have to do, is show up. And if enough people show up, we break the system, like you've seen in 2020, and they were trying to rig an election. You've seen it in 2022 when they had all of these elections and so many people showed up in mass. It exposed the fraud. So on just a ground surface level, we're not going to change this overnight. We took us a long time to get here. They have rigged it against us, but we still can do something. And I'm going to be one of those people that go down with the ship if the ship goes down, you know?
Yeah. And the encouraging thing is that I feel like they're scraping the barrel when it comes to these tricks, because they had to pull out so many stops in 2020 and 2022, like you mentioned. I mean, some of the stuff that they're having to resort to is becoming extraordinarily obvious. And when the court systems or whatever deny the evidence or anything like that, or just pass it off as if it's like no big deal, people can't not see what they've seen, you know. And so it's starting to become more and more obvious that there's an issue in all of these places, and people are actually starting to wake up and do something. And like I said, nobody wants to hear that it's a complicated issue. Nobody wants to hear that I can't tell you what to do about that. Like, I can't. You can't.
They want an easy fix.
They want an easy fix. They want us to give them marching orders.
It's like a fat person wanting a diet pill.
Right, exactly. I don't know. Right, exactly. Everybody's metabolism is different. I can't tell you how to diet, right? You have to do it for yourself. You have to figure out what works for you and your local community and how you can get involved. But that's a process. But the encouraging thing is, through that process of actually engagement, you're going to find new strength, and you're going to find new cognitive awareness. You're going to find something inside of you that you've never found before, and you didn't know existed because it was dormant. And that's also a part of waking up. It's not just a waking up to the consciousness of it, but it's waking up to your own internal power. And that's one of the things that, we've done, is like, when it comes to what do we have our giftings? Well, we can tell stories.
Yep.
And so, when we make documentaries, we make things people like to watch. So how can we engage? Well, this is how we can do that. And so
Yeah, we
how do
forget to
you
the
do
truth out
that?
there.
How do you show up into the world? And only you can answer that question.
Take this back to the beginning when we talked about people waking up, and people wake up with all different types of information. Some people like to listen to podcasts, some people like going to seminars, and people like to watch documentaries, because documentaries, you can put a lot of information into it. People have seen many different documentaries and they're starting to go, oh, I get it now, I see what's happening. And that's what's, I mean, your talent is creating these documentaries and putting this out and putting the information out. And your latest one, and I've never heard of this before, and I don't think a lot of people have heard of this before, a virtual red carpet, which I find, because everyone likes the red carpet, they want to walk down it. So you're having this, you're showing your new documentary, The Trump I Know. It's a virtual red carpet premiere. So just tell me about this film. Why did you decide to make it, and what is it about?
Well, like Joy said, I mean, neither of us had voted for President Trump in 2016, and we actually made.
We didn't vote for Hillary.
We didn't vote for Hillary.
There.
We voted third party. Yeah. But we were Ron Paul fans. Thought that the whole, bi-party system is broken, and didn't trust Trump, and had bought into some of the narrative. And so when we were asked to make this film, we actually make this film back in 2020, and we had an opportunity to interview Laura Trump and over 30 women that knew the president. Most of them, probably in the high 20s, like 27 of them that we interviewed, know the president personally, and also a few men. But it was all coming from the standpoint of, how do you get to know a person? And through that, we were able to kind of reveal our process of how we ended up becoming Trump supporters, because of the way that we kind of like you were saying, like, wait a minute, this narrative that's coming out, against him being a misogynist. It's like, well, yeah, but he, hires all of these women and has a woman as his pastor.
Yeah.
He's a bigot. He's a racist. It's like, well, yeah, but he just empowered this single Black woman to be his spokesperson and gave her the ability to do things from home because she was concerned about her son finishing up high school.
And not for identity politics.
And not for identity politics, just because that's who he is as a person. You speak to his family, to somebody that's helping run his winery. So, in this story, we captured all of these amazing stories that the American people should know about the first family. And unfortunately, it's been kept from the American people. And like Joy was saying, if we had heard these stories prior to 2016, and a lot of people probably before 2020, if they had heard these stories, they would have given Trump and his family a second look and gone, wait a minute, hold on a second. Maybe the stuff that I'm hearing isn't true, or it's been spun. And a lot of these women that shared these stories with us, they told us they were interviewed by Washington Post. They were interviewed by the New York Times. And
their stories were twisted.
Their stories were
taken out of context. Not even used at times. They would say that they interviewed them, but they wouldn't quote anything that they said.
They've interviewed over a dozen women, and here's what two of them kind of said, because it was the stuff that we could take out of context and twist it. You know what I mean? Like, that was the kind of narratives that were coming out. And so unfortunately, we've just had a hard time getting this out to the public, which is why we're doing this, like you said, this virtual red carpet event, because we want it to be a big enough event that people see this and and engage with it, because it's just gotten harder and harder for people like us to create, these well done documentaries, something that you should see on a Netflix or you should see on HBO. But because we're actually favorable to the president, we'll never actually be on those platforms. So how do you continue to produce high quality products and get it out to the world at large? And so this is kind of a cool way that we're creating a kind of like a parallel distribution system or event.
But the cooler thing is that we're doing this at Worry Studios live from Las Vegas, and it's a simulcast event. And so it's kind of like a giant Zoom meeting where people can interact. They can get dressed up at their homes. They can throw a party. If they don't want to be on screen, they can shut off their camera, and they can actually be a part of the whole event.
And it's like a town hall kind of a thing. You can actually ask questions. We're going to have guests there it's not just the movie You know, it's like there's going to be some interviews. We're going to have time to take questions.
We're going to show the trailer for an upcoming film project. We've got all kinds of fun
some
stuff.
stuff that didn't make it into the documentary that we wanted to put into the documentary, but just because of time, you know, like you always have to cut good stuff. So we're going to show never before seen clips. And so it's just going to be a really cool event. And so we're just encouraging everybody to if you want to know how to do something, if you want to know how to engage in this narrative war, then show up for this event and share it with your friends and family, because you're going to see a side of President Trump that the media obviously doesn't want you to see.
I agree with that. And I like that you're focusing on women with this, because a lot of women, you know, because the, you know, MSNBC, CNN, you know, all you hear is, you know, he hates women, he's a misogynist, and I don't think the population realizes that he is none of these things, and he employs a lot of women in his companies. So, I mean, who are some of the women? I don't know if you can mention it or not mention it. Who are some of the women?
We interviewed Laura Trump quite a few times. We interviewed Kayleigh McEnany,
Mercedes
Schlapp, Katrina Pearson,
Kimberly Guilfoyle, Lena Castillo. She was President Trump's advisor during
Latinos for Trump.
For Latinos for Trump. She has some amazing things to say.
Pastor Paula White.
Gail Wilson was the Black Voices for Trump. Because again, like you're saying, is that they really go after the narratives and they try to say he's racist. And then they try to back that up with different things and statements that they've taken out of context. And then they'll say that he's a sexist, all that kind of stuff. Well, I was somebody that grew up with all boys. I have 2 brothers, all male cousins, grew up in the church, all that kind of stuff. During the time that we as women were trying to break through a certain amount of a glass ceiling in society and all that. And he was one of those ones that was paving the way for women and for people of color, not so that he could get accolades. This was a time where he was saying that if you don't want to be around Jewish people or Black people, don't come to my club. You know, that we're going to have these people in my club. You don't like it? You don't have to come to my club. And so he was actually taking a stand years ago. Those were stories that we weren't hearing prior to the 2016 election, for sure. Because the mainstream media, as soon as he started running for president, they turned on him hard and fast. You got to ask why. Why was he this American hero? And he was all these great things. Everybody wanted to have him on their shows and films and everything, till he said, I'm going to do something to stop what's happening to the United States, because he loves it so much. And so they started twisting all of these things. And so one of the interviews with Gail Wilson, Black Voices for Trump, she said, you know, I was so excited when Obama was going to be in office, because I thought, finally, we have our first Black president, all of these things. She said, when he got in office, he was doing things that were Black people, the anti-Israeli people, all of this stuff. And she said, why did I vote for him? Because you look at the policies that he's putting in and he's destroying everything I believe in. Why am I a Democrat? All that kind of stuff. And so she said, I became a fan of President Trump prior to the 2016 election because of the things that he was saying. And as soon as he got into office, he was doing pro-Black policies that were not covered by the media. He wasn't doing it so that everybody would be like, oh my gosh, and win the Black vote. He was doing it because it was the right thing to do. And again, if we're just talking about what happened with Israel, he wasn't doing it right now to make some kind of thing. He was actually doing it because it was the right thing to do. So we interviewed some amazing people that shared their thoughts and experiences firsthand of President Trump. And right now, I think more than ever before, people need to know the truth, because as you can see, the media is trying to say, look, he's a criminal. He needs to go to jail. He's a criminal for this.
He's a rapist.
He's a racist. And they just repeat talking points, but they have nothing behind it. And so if we notice that these women actually say he did this, and then they have something behind it.
And that's one of the things that, you know, I want to point out to people, is that there's probably a lot of people that are listening to us right now that are like, well, I know that about President Trump. I understand those things. It's like, well, yeah, but there's a lot of people that are waking up that don't. And we were just talking about, you know, the pause. We were talking about like this kind of period of time where we're going through, where all of a sudden it's like the drippy faucet's on again. And we're like, wait a minute, what's going on? Well, there's a lot of people that are starting to kind of get restless with that, and they may not understand, but they're waking up. And we just look at ourselves as creating tools, you know, for this narrative war that we're in. It's like, and the audience can take the tools that we're creating and put it in front of people. We've put this film in front of Democrats who walk away kind of scratching their heads going, you showed me something that I've never heard before, never seen before. And so just because you've seen this, you understand these things or whatever, it doesn't mean that the people around you have that information. And so we're giving you a really great, it's a fun documentary. It's a very entertaining documentary. It's something that you can put in front of your friends and family that are maybe starting to wake up, maybe starting to ask some questions, and show them a completely different side of President Trump that they've never seen before. And I guarantee you that even if you do love President Trump and you think you know everything about him, you probably haven't heard some of the stories that we captured in this documentary.
And I agree with that, because I think they hide a lot. Even if you're a Trump fan, and I think still a lot of things are hidden, and people haven't seen him, haven't seen his personal life and the things that he's been doing, because you're not going to see it on Fox. You're not, I mean, those are the Republican, followers. I mean, Fox not really for Trump, but, the people that watch Fox think that, yes, they are, but they're not going to be out there, discussing or showing all these different types of clips. CNN, MSNBC, and all the rest are not. And you won't see it on many of the social media platforms because they get censored right away. They don't want anyone to see those type of things. So I think this is very important. How do you join up to this, and what do you have to do to actually be a part of the virtual red carpet? Yeah.
Well, you go to ttikfilm.com, ttikfilm.com. And it's a $25 virtual ticket. It's going to be a 3.5 hour event. 3.5 hour event. Devin Nunes is going to be a part of it. Laura and Eric a part of it. We're going to have
Flyover Conservatives.
Flyover Conservatives are going to be the MCs. General Flynn's going to be a part of it. We've got a bunch of people talking about the censorship, talking about the election interference from that standpoint of how do we combat this war of narratives and get this type of information out to the American people, because the American people, need to have this information so they can vote correctly, but also they need to have this information because I think there's a lot more people out there that think, believe, see the world that the way that we do, and have been marginalized and kind of pushed down to believe that they're part of the minority, and they're not. And so and then also because people need people are waking up. People need this type of information. People are scratching their heads and going, wait, something's not making sense. This is the type of film that helps people make some sense.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Matt, Joy, thank you very much for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. I'll be putting all the links at the bottom of the video. And I really appreciate you taking the time to come out and talk to me and talking to everyone else. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, my friend.
Thank
you. Good to see you. Good to hear you.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
All right. That was Dave from X22 doing an interview with Matt and Joy. Yeah, propaganda. Boy, they've gotten good at it over these years, haven't they? Time to bring this stuff to a complete halt. Absolutely. Okay, up next, we've got LT, and we know.
Give us help from trouble, for vain is the help of man. Through God we shall do valiantly, for he it is that shall tread down our enemies.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won and even before I won.
Well, the contents of this video will cover a spectrum of issues involving many who have input into what we have heard about a PSYOP. The Speaker of the House issue is brewing. Biden begging for money again. Masks are falling off again. More on Netanyahu and our own politicians and others. And the WHO's exposed. More on Banners for Freedom and their efforts in Colorado and beyond. At the end of this video, you don't want to miss it. We'll have some great video of baptisms and more. Folks, today, again, hopefully through prayer, we'll get through this, cover it correctly, and make sure that everybody understands how this is playing out, what's going on, and what we should do, okay?
So what would be your recommendation for somebody that's listening and thinking, man, what do I have to bring? What would be your recommendation? What are different ways that people can speak up and show up?
Listen, there's a couple things. Number one, election integrity right now. You can show up and make sure that our elections are safe. You can volunteer to make sure that they're not stuffing ballots, not doing anything they shouldn't be doing. And then you can pray. And if you have the means, you can donate to the campaign. But that's it. To me, we got to get this country out of this mess. I mean, I don't know how we're going to survive another year, but we got to do it, and we will. And you know what, this is all part of a plan. I keep saying that even the atrocities that we are seeing right now, it's part of a plan. If you believe in God, you believe that this is all a plan. Amen. I really believe that.
Well, thank you for what you're doing. You're a great example, you know, and I think if we say on this show all the time, everybody wanted Donald Trump to do 80 million things to save the country. The real answer, though, is 80 million of us doing one thing each day.
Just remember, he's backing
to follow that
all of us.
example.
And he's backing all of us. He's backing me. He's backing you. And he's pushing us all to come out here and speak and to go to church and to do what we need to do every day to keep surviving in this despicable world that is becoming our country, unfortunately. But that's all because we have faith. And if we didn't have faith in him, I don't know what we would do. Honestly, I don't.
Way to go,
Exactly
Alina
right.
Haba.
It's your example.
So much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Way to go. Great answers. Quote, this is all part of a plan. Even the atrocities that we're seeing right now, it's part of a plan. If you believe in God, you believe that this is all a plan. Interesting that she would bring that up. Flyover conservatives, David and Stacey Whited. Love them, love their content. We have met a few times now, and I've just loved the way that they conduct their interviews and more with folks like Alina. This is amazing to hear because a lot of folks want to know what's going on behind the scenes. And they brought up another very important thing, which is he's waking up 80 million of us to do the job. He's supporting us to do the job to support this country. He can't do it all by himself. And I think that's important as we move forward in this video today. And we talk about General Flynn and his answers on things and the PSYOP comments and more. Hopefully we'll get to it in the right way, right format, and right mentality, okay? So then going forward, Scotty dropped this with the quote from President Trump as he walked out of his little trial that's going on.
Sending $100 million to the Palestinians?
Yes, Mr. President.
Nobody was asking that question. What, go ahead.
Well, what do you think about that monetary fund?
I think right now it's totally inappropriate. It's so inappropriate to be doing that right now. He's over in Israel and he's giving money to the Palestinians. I think it's very inappropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So he's over in Israel, Biden giving money to the Palestinians. I think he said $100 million, if I heard that right, and doesn't like what he hears. And so a lot of folks have been showing, I'm going to show you more about this strange chin that Biden had the other day. You can see these two right here. Something weird's going on, and he had to reach down and grab that chin while he was talking as if he knew what was going on. I'll show you that in a moment. Anyway, what if I told you this was war hero John McCain standing with the future leader of ISIS right there? And the folks, we've shared this picture before. How did we know about this? Well, a lot of folks were sharing it years ago. Nobody really paid attention. I'd say nobody, but most people didn't really care. Again, they had us entertained. They had us going to the movie theaters, thinking everything's going great day after day, going to games, enjoying our video games, whatever. And we didn't pay attention to what was going on behind the scenes. But here's No Name, important visit with brave fighters in Syria who are risking their lives for freedom and need our help. And there he is pictured with that group. And then we started saying, I wonder what's going on there. And so why the future leader of ISIS would he be standing with him? Anyway, social media influencer Douglas Mackey sentenced to 7 months in prison for posting memes about Hillary Clinton. So if you don't like her, post memes, then you get to you're put in jail. But if you post the most evil memes about President Trump, you're celebrated by the media, by everyone else. If you remember the picture where there was a comedian holding the head cut off of President Trump for everyone to see. I think it was Kathy Gifford, I think is the name. I can't believe I remember that name. I'm usually bad with remembering names. But it's okay for her. She wasn't arrested, but her career pummeled after that. Folks weren't supporting her. But you can't have memes against Hillary or you're off to jail. So Elon Musk, they had no material impact on the election. What prison sentences were given out to those who suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop information? That did have a material impact on the election. It did. It did. So all of these things playing out, folks are starting to post things like crazy. And we even had Fulton County prosecutors dropping all 7 felony charges against Sidney Powell in exchange for a misdemeanor plea. They are overcharged and they knew it. I'm going to show you a picture of that in a second. And then Chaos Coordinator, SP, thank you. What's going on? Is this the D5 move? Remember, we talked about that. I'm not going to go through all of this, how you work all of this system on the board. But I tell you what, it seems very interesting as this plays out. And then Scotty had the whole video inside the courtroom with this judge and Sidney Powell, and they discuss everything that's going to happen. And just wanted to hear the last part of this as it's dismissed.
And the indictment will be dismissed. All right.
The indictment will be dismissed. Do you hear that? Let's go back to that again. See if I get right about here. We'll play it again.
In this case?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will be entering an all-pros order on indictment number 23 SC 188947 as it applies to Ms. Powell.
All right. Well, upon being provided a copy of that motion, I will sign it and the charges in the indictment will be dismissed. All right. If there's nothing else, then we will conclude this and be off the record. Good luck, Ms. Powell.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
How about that? Pled guilty and she's released. Read the pleadings. The Fulton County DA lied to the court repeatedly about the law. They hid exculpatory evidence from the grand jury, violating the prosecutor's oath to do justice. And now the felonies vanish on the eve of trial. Totally unjust prosecution. There it is for all to see. And then, of course, they continue to go after other folks like Jim Jordan. Let's see. Jordan's back in the saddle from last thing that we got before recording this, heading into Friday. Jordan's back in the saddle, Professor Patriot said. Could this be a speaker tap dance? Get any more interesting? The speaker tap dance. It's crazy, huh? It's coming down to a contest of Trump-supported MAGA conservatives. They have successfully moved the argument from Rhino, Republicans in name only, versus Democrats versus MAGA, to which MAGA? I'm loving it.
I'll just say this: we made the pitch to members on the resolution as a way to lower the temperature and get back to work. We decided that wasn't where we're going to go. I'm still running for speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me so that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
How about that, huh? So Spygate down. Pros of ongoing speaker battle. All endless war funding continues to be on ice. Remember? No Speaker of the House. Funding can't go out. Every ghoulish rhino has been exposed. The Republicans in name only. Constituents are finally getting upset enough to melt phones in the DC. See? Local action. Make your phone calls. Start telling people what you want them to do. It's our voice. It turns out Jim Jordan is the fighter we all know him to be. Yes, I'm shouting. Now, there's some others out there that show video clips, and they like Ultra MAGA Party, where he constantly quotes everything that's going on that we already know. And so I can't imagine what he's having to deal with inside the swamp, if he's part of the good guys, which I believe he is, how difficult it is when he's, I say this all the time, folks, and I haven't said it in a while, but I'll repeat myself. Imagine being in his life, dealing with that swamp and evil ones like you would see in the movies. Imagine the phone calls that come in the middle of the night with threats. Imagine those that pay visits behind closed doors and say, you will not do this, or else this is what we'll do to your family. This is what we'll do to blah, blah. What if that's what's going on behind the scenes? I'm speculating. I'm thinking out loud, but I'm telling you what, when they put stuff like that in Hollywood in the movies, it makes me think it's real. Okay. What other things are going on? Oh, Biden compares Hamas attack to 15 9/11s. President says U.S. will stand by Israel, urges them not to be consumed by rage, and announces $100 million in aid to Gaza and the West Bank in Tel Aviv speech. Huh. So let's see. What is this right here?
The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why I was born. Long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. While it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people.
Huh. I thought it was a safe place for everyone when the Ottoman Empire had it. Everyone lived together in peace. Why all of a sudden we have all these issues? We've talked about it in the last 4 videos since last week, Monday, then Wednesday, then Friday, then going into this week, Monday, Wednesday, and now Friday. Nobody has the real answer. We're all trying to figure it out. But I tell you what, things are just starting to make us say, this doesn't seem real. Something weird is going on. Police state, 22 years of blowback from the USA Patriot Act. 22nd anniversary of the USA Patriot Act on October 26th. It's coming. For those who remember the days and months that followed 9/11, there's an unnerving feeling of deja vu about the Hamas attack on Israel. The same shocking images of carnage and grief dominated the news. The same disbelief that anyone could be so hateful, so monstrous, so evil as to do this to another human being. The same outpourings of support and unity from around the world, the same shared fear that this could easily have happened to us or our loved ones. Now, once again, the drums of war sounding on the world stage. Not that they ever really stopped. Israel is preparing to invade Gaza. The Palestinians are nearing a humanitarian crisis. I'm going to underline that. Why am I underlining that? I just read a message from one of my friends, my wife's friends, who has a very close friend, and this is in a Christian context where they're in, I forgot what it's called. It's called Doctors for No Borders or something like that. And they went into Gaza. They're stuck there now. And I was reading some of the stuff that they were telling my wife through her friend of what was actually going on for them there, because you guys know they shut off the water supply and more there. They wanted to pass on a message. They said it's 10 a.m., October 15th. I don't think I'll be able to leave for a while, but I'll do my best here. I'm sure the current situation in Gaza hasn't been reported anywhere, but it truly is hell. Overflowing with refugees. There's no water, no toilets, no place to sleep. We're sleeping outside. Local staff are working hard to find the water, but it is really, really difficult to find drinking water. Hundreds of people. You can also lie down in the room. I'm spending my time without it. There's only one toilet for every 1,000 people. Can't take a shower. Sanitary conditions are the worst. Infectious diseases will spread quickly. There's a scramble for blankets. And let's see, I'm reading it now. We also escaped with only the clothes on our backs, so we are unable to provide medical treatment. Even under these circumstances, airstrikes have not stopped, making things really, really difficult. So interesting to get that message, because we have somebody that we know, second party from us, sending messages telling us to pray for them. So as we approach the 22nd anniversary of the USA Patriot Act on October 26th, we're still grappling with the blowback that arises from allowing one's freedoms to be eviscerated in exchange for the phantom promise of security. And so again, I believe this is deep state material. They want folks in war. They need to fund all of the military industrial complex. They need to do things that are not good for any human being on this earth. And it's sickening to watch people shoot at each other. And I know that there's those that see the atrocities happening against those who live in Israel and those atrocities that are happening to those in Gaza. What is really going on? How is this playing out? Well, here's an interesting thing to show you. This Economist came out December 22nd, 2012. I'm going to show you this. This is from Italy, QAnons. On their Telegram, they posted this. And I didn't even know about this magazine cover. I know The Economist has all kinds of strange things that they show us, almost like The Simpsons. They always show you before they do it. But look at this. The Economist. And much more including a rough guide to hell. Well, what do you see on this? I see this Hamas flying on a glider with guns into Wrath, and then you have Netanyahu, Israel, flying in, shooting the opposite direction. How did they know Hamas was going to be on gliders? You guys catching me? And then you look more into this, and you're like, man, they've got the lust. You've got another thing that's played out here, climate change. And it's all these demons, right? They want you to believe that these demons are pitchfork, red, and they've got horns. But we know that Satan masquerades as an angel of light, deceiving many. He can come across as just a normal, nice human being. As a matter of fact, the Antichrist, when it rises, will deceive the world and make it appear as if he's some great one world leader. You got oil, gluttony, bankers, envy, all of this. Lust, climate change, greed, listed on the rough guide to hell. But the big one for me was this, the Hamas flying on gliders. Thank you, Italy QAnons. I know they watched this channel for pointing this out. I never saw it. Which leads us into other things about the crowd of Trump supporters swarming the Capitol. FBI declaring that them domestic terrorists. Huh. That was the J6 thing, remember? But there's a crowd of pro-Palestinian Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization, surrounds the Capitol and takes over the rotunda, calling for the end of Israel and impending vote of the Speaker of the House. And the FBI declare them what Voices of Liberty. I'm sure the arrests are coming real soon, right? They think this is Voices of Liberty. Check this out. Yeah. So they get to invade. They get to do an insurrection. Nobody gets arrested, right? Two tiers system of justice, right? You go to support the president of the United States. You do your rights, and then you have all the Antifa show up. You have all of these other groups show up dressed as Trump supporters. They invade the Capitol to make it look like MAGA supporters, and they go out and arrest all these MAGA supporters for just being there at J6. And yet these guys get to do whatever they want. Folks, that reminds me, we need to stay healthy and we need to stay guarded. And here's something for you. One, as we know that God takes care of all of us, but it doesn't tell us not to be prepared. I tell you, we've got some warnings. A guy named John Boyd Jr. was on the news saying he's a fourth generation farmer. He said that we're going to see empty shelves in the coming months. So many folks keep talking about that. It's just good to be prepared for anything. I mean, not even just the scare tactics the deep state gives us, but, have something in supply. We're talking a good for 25 years super survival food from 4patriots.com. It's in the description box below. They're hand-packed in a family-owned facility in the USA, and they give jobs to over 200 Americans. They have about, different types of things, breakfast, lunches, dinners, and more. Pretty good stuff. You get 10% off your first order with 4patriots.com in the description box below by using code LT. That's 4patriots.com, the number 4patriots.com.
Taxpayers. Now we're spread out all over hell's half acre. Go ahead, brother. Tell me about the Persian infiltration of our government.
Yeah, I know you're sitting down, but you're probably going to need a couch after this one. Look, I laid it out in my op-ed last week. The groundwork about the intentional intelligence failures of the Biden regime has led to this World War IV. And I promised the War Room Posse I'd come back. I'm just finishing the op-ed right now that lays out what I'm going to tell you right now. First ever heard preview. The intelligence decisions by the Biden administration reprioritizing away from the southern border, away from terrorists, away from Iran, away from China. Do you know who they're being made by? There's one individual in the White House National Security Shop, head of intelligence programs. His name is Maher Battar. Maher Battar. Yes, remember that name. He is solely responsible for prioritizing what collection efforts on intelligence or tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 for President Biden. Why is this guy's name important? Well, one, he used to work for Samantha Powers, but let's put that aside in the United Nations. Two, we just found a photo of Maher Battar recently wearing Palestinian garb, raising a hand behind a picture that said, "We want Jewish apartheid." This is the guy in charge of intelligence operations for the United States of America. That's step one. Step two, Robert Malley, Biden's #1 envoy, the guy that's supposed to be keeping us out of war in Iran, had his clearance, security clearance, suspended by Chris Wray's FBI, of all people, just 2 months ago. You got to ask why. They won't publicly release it. Well, let me tell you why. Because a individual named Ariane Tabatabai, who, by the way, is currently running our special operations office at the Department of Defense, was installed there by Robert Malley. Yes, the former presidential envoy to Iran installed this Iranian national to that position in DOD. And do you know what she did in 2014? She emailed the prime minister's office in Iran, the foreign minister, Javad Zarif, and asked for permission as a U.S. citizen to take a trip on behalf of the U.S. government. This individual is still employed at the Department of Defense as the Assistant Chief of Staff for the Special Operations Office. The Iranian regime has infiltrated the Biden administration. We have to find out why Robert Malley got booted. We know this has to do with this lady in part, but do you think Chris Wray's FBI would suspend his security clearance and remove him from his post if it wasn't something totally cataclysmic? This is what I'm talking about. We have to put intel in its place. And these people have been installed by our enemies to distract away from protecting against American priorities on the border and taking out the CCP in Iran. And now they're in the house.
Hang on. Go through all three again and the positions they're in. These are not random grundoons, right? When you go in these meetings, they got 50 people. These are players. Give me the billet and the person and a problem with them. Cash.
Maher Battar, the head of intel programs in the National Security Council. He sits in the White House and is responsible for all of intelligence collection priorities in the United States of America. This guy is the one who we now have, and I've posted on Truth Social, a photo being pro-Palestinian and standing in front of a picture that supports the apartheid of the Jews in Israel. Oh, I forgot to tell you this about him, Bannon. Maher Battar was general counsel to Adam Schiff when I was doing the Russiagate investigation. This Dune authored the Schiff memo. And then Robert Malley, Biden's presidential envoy to Iran, suspended by the FBI because of a security clearance issue, has now been taken off the case. And Ariana Tabatai is the Assistant Chief of Staff to the Department of Defense's Special Operations Office. She is the one directly communicating with the Iranian Foreign Ministry.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, those three.
That's it.
Cash. How many times do you have senior level guys, senior level personnel directly from the president that have the security clearance pulled? How often does that happen?
Well, it happens to us, but never by Chris Wray to a Biden administration official.
Oh, wow.
So you got to ask the question, what the heck are you doing? And why isn't House Intel all over this investigation? Why haven't they subpoenaed Wray and been like, wait a second, you got to tell us why this guy, who's the #1 Iranian diplomat for the United States of America, has been suspended? It's like the story just disappeared. And how is his emissary still employed at the Department of Defense and communicating with Iranian officials?
Cash, can you hang on for 1 second?
One exposure at a time. Imagine if they would have given us this type of information about those at the highest levels and gave us a laundry list of, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000. Imagine if they would have placed all this on our plates the day after President Trump was inaugurated, and he turns around and says, all of you traitors to our country are under arrest because we know they have done some serious things, difficult things for us to even imagine, to all of us. We wouldn't be able to handle it all. It has to be peeled back one day at a time, and it's taking years. And it takes time for us to fathom or even grasp the amount of influence these guys have with their clearances being removed, and yet they still have the ability to work for this guy. This guy. Who knows which one this is? You got the funky chin that I showed you earlier. I'll show you the video clip.
And I'm not suggesting that Hamas deliberately did it either. It's that old thing, gotta learn how to shoot straight.
You got to learn how to shoot straight. What is he talking about? You got these mask malfunctions, giving an interview making no sense. Notice how he grabs his lips and pulls his fingers down. Notice that. Let's go back to this one again.
Virtually every...
There's another one. Slow motion. Reaches down and he has to grab that chin before it falls off. Anyway, just wanted to make sure you guys knew about that. This guy, something strange is going on, and we keep talking about it. Now, speaking of Biden, President Trump brought up the statement from him about the Trump campaign on crooked Joe Biden's address to the nation, where he was begging for more money. What does he say? On October 19th, the horrific catastrophes taking place in Israel, as well as the chaos on our southern border and in hotspot after hotspot around the world. So he's bringing them all up. All have one big thing in common. They were caused by crooked Joe Biden's deadly combination of incompetence, radicalism, and weakness. When Biden gives his Oval Office address tonight, he is desperately hoping Americans will forget that it's Biden himself who's responsible for these disasters. As America stumbles over close to World War III, Joe Biden is Neville Chamberlain's trying to pose as Winston Churchill. He is an arsonist promising to rescue us from the world he set on fire. Europe and the Middle East are ablaze because of crooked Joe Biden's failed presidency. His credibility is shot. And our enemies and allies alike regard him as a pathetic joke. President Trump has been said repeatedly in the wake of the evil terrorist attacks on Israel that the United States must support Israel 100%. Israel is one of our closest and most cherished allies, and they must have everything they need to defend themselves from those who want to wipe Israel from the map. But that is just the beginning. The United States must immediately return to the Trump policies of completely and totally defunding each and every one of Israel's mortal enemies, starting with Hamas and their terrorist sponsor, Iran. If Biden's speech does not include absolute commitments to economically isolate the Iranian regime and support the Israelis in defeating, dismantling, and permanently destroying the terrorist group Hamas, then Joe Biden does not stand with Israel. He funds and finances the barbarians who slaughter Israeli men, women, children, infants, and he supports those who are committed to eradicating the Jewish state from the face of the earth. This is no time for weakness and neutrality. Joe Biden's appeasement of Iran and Hamas must end. Under the Trump administration, under that, we imposed crippling sanctions on Iran and drove their accessible foreign currency reserves, their terror piggy bank, down from $70 billion to just $6 billion by the time President Trump left office. Iran was essentially bankrupt. President Trump also zeroed out funding for the Palestinians because they were using money to fund violence and terror. And I was going to show you a clip here from this guy.
One of the most important things President Biden needs to make clear tonight is that if U.S. troops, U.S. diplomats, U.S. personnel in the Middle East come under attack by these Iranian-backed and controlled Shia militia groups in the region, if they attack our people, we are going to consider that to be an attack by the government of Iran against the United States that will require an extensive response, an extensive retaliatory response. Just in the last 24 hours.
So, again, let's go after Iran. Let's just continue to fight more wars and cause all kinds of chaos around the earth is what he wants. So, Daniel Alexek, it's frustrating beyond belief that people cannot comprehend this. The people in Israel are not synonymous with the corrupt Israeli government. They are human beings. Most are totally kind and loving. They are human beings, and we should never cheer for their death. The people in Palestine are not synonymous with the corrupt Hamas terrorists. Most are totally kind and loving. They are human beings, and we should never cheer for their death. So that reminds me, if you guys are watching other podcasts and you're listening to folks that have heavy influence on this earth, who are the ones that are crying out for demolishing or flattening out Gaza? Who would those be? Think about those. Laura Bali, I want to read this. Israeli-Palestinian conflict zone. What is known by the end of October 18th? Throughout the day, discussion continued about yesterday's attack on Al-Ali Baptist Hospital. Each side of the conflict continued to blame each other for what happened. However, initial reports of almost 1,000 dead and the destruction of the hospital have not yet been confirmed. Israeli troops routinely carry out strikes on the Gaza Strip. Today, there were several raids on Rafah. According to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, at least 678 people have died in the region over the past 24 hours. There were no significant changes on the front near the enclave of the Lebanese border, and there were no reports of intense shooting battles. Biden said he would ask the U.S. Congress for an unprecedented aid package for Israel and also promised to allocate $100 million for Gaza Strip and the West Bank. It is noteworthy that during Biden's stay in Tel Aviv, not a single missile was fired. Although the visits of U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz were carried out to the sounds of a missile alarm. At the same time, immediately after Biden's departure, several rockets were launched into the city from the Gaza Strip. Why? I've got more from Laura Bali. I've got some more to show you from General Flynn and his mentioning of the Q PSYOP is what he called it. Some more background on what might be going on, and others about Netanyahu and Biden hugging each other and more. Before there, I wanted to show you that we have a website, andweknow.com. It's very simple. Go to that site. You can find all types of things on truth, hope, faith, and freedom. Become a fellow member and more. And you will also see that we have our merchandise. And one great update on our merchandise are these new subscription boxes. Really, really cool. They are now there. We have shirts that you'll receive before anyone else. And you can see we have some stickers there showing some future for shirts that only those that have subscription boxes will receive. It's a really good idea from Angie and Jamie. We have a lot of folks that like to get gear every month. And so we have this subscription box. You get an early release t-shirt, sticker pack, and a mystery item delivered to your door each month. You sign up today to get the first box of the month. Pretty cool how they set that up. And we have all kinds of goodies. We have your sweatshirt and hoodies just in time for the fall and winter. Folks, we have different colors, sizes, and all types of zip-ups. We've got the hoodie type. We've got the pullover style and more. All you have to do is go to shop.andweknow.com and check that out. And also, you'll notice every time you go to andweknow.com, this pops up. You'll have the inspiration, tours, and travel. You can go at sea with LT. You can go on a cruise with us, navigating truth, hope, faith, and freedom. That's right. We're going to see Puget Sound, the scenic cruising day at sea, Stevens Passage, scenic cruising, Juneau, Alaska, Endicott Arm, the glaciers, Sitka, Alaska, Ketchikan, Alaska, Victoria, BC, Canada. It's so cool. So cool. So come join us. Sign up for it, guys. We're going to be able to meet my family, and we're going to have the Isaacs and Ken Davis also. So cool. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
Who initiated the Abraham Accords? It was Donald Trump. You can think whatever you want. about Donald Trump, but one thing about him is clear and unique, and that is that he wanted to reduce America's foreign responsibilities, and he meant it, and he did it. He wanted America to withdraw from its international obligations, and the Abraham Accords was a part of that. You know, Trump didn't like sending billions of dollars overseas to anybody. He didn't like endlessly pumping money, American taxpayer money, into international projects that couldn't stand on their own. And Israel is just that sort of project. It's a money pit. It's the original money pit, long before Ukraine was a money pit, and has been for a very long time. The Abraham Accords, in my opinion, were intended to relieve America of the ongoing burden of propping up Israel and giving them a path through normalization to stand on their own by integrating into the region and shifting their dependence on the U.S. To more integrated economic ties with their neighbors and with the Gulf. That was the intention behind the Abraham Accords. It wasn't really about peace. It was about relieving America's burden of continuously and endlessly supporting Israel. Now, of course, radical extremists like Netanyahu, whose government relies on radical extremist voters, they don't like this because they know that it's a path that will lead to the end of Zionism, because Zionism depends on being able to maintain the perception that Israel is under constant existential threat from its neighbors. And because Zionism could never have lasted this long without American life support. But regular Israelis are happy about it. They're happy about normalization, especially young Israelis.
Interesting from commentary from Shahid Bolson. So you hear different, I try to play different sides of what things are shared throughout social media. Whether you agree with it or not, it's not what I'm trying to do. What I want you guys to understand is there's a lot of commentary. A lot of people feel different ways about different things and how things have been set up and why. It's all speculation. It's all ideas. It's all thoughts. And it's important for us to not fight with each other about these things. It's to realize, you know what, we've come together for over a long time, a long period, and it's difficult as we watch these things play out and we hear things, what we actually believe and why. Inversionism showed us this: 29 standing ovations for Netanyahu. I don't know if you guys remember this. I'm bringing the video clip in it as I'm reading this. 29 standing ovations. Remember when he came over? We're going to watch this again.
An Israeli prime minister can get 29 standing ovations from a Congress that can't give that much support to one of their own presidents, no matter how outlandish the statements, you have something as close to a puppet agency as you're going to find. Our policy in the Middle East has for decades been manipulated increasingly in terms of what benefits Israel and not what benefits the United States, even when that policy is articulated and supported by individuals who are sworn officials of the United States government. And to me, when a sworn official of the United States government, whether or not that person has dual Israeli citizenship, manipulates American policy, contrives crises and tragedies like 9/11, contrives wars like Afghanistan and Iraq, and now tries to get us into a war with Iran, all in the service of Israel, spending American lives in that process, they commit high treason, and they need to be treated in that manner.
So interesting from this post. Does this not raise red flags for anyone on how unified they are on this issue? When they're not unified in anything else but what would benefit the American people? What else are they this unified on? Giving money to Ukraine, forcing toxic vaccines on children, bailouts for bankers? If you do some basic level investigation about their lobbying efforts and elected success rate, 98%, you will see One Nation Under Blackmail book. It's pretty obvious what's happening. They're all degenerates, and intelligence agencies have them with blackmail. If they don't stay in line with blind followership, then they get destroyed and replaced. This is America in a nutshell. So we are watching all of this, as you heard in the very beginning, Alina Hobbs saying, hey, a lot of things are being exposed, even though it's terrible, things that we're seeing, things that are put in front of our eyes. It's all part of a plan. We need to stay in prayer. And so many are having a hard time dealing with this, but we're seeing and we're playing receipts and showing you over and over again, something strange is going on. Remember Bibi saying we are the we are the lab for Pfizer here in Israel. That's sickening. So this is them hugging. Biden says, remember when we illegally coerced our citizens into injecting a DARPA bioweapon into them and their children, and then coordinated with social media companies to censor anyone when they shared stories of injuries and deaths, resisting our propaganda? Bibi, yes, those were great times. I especially enjoyed forcing my people into being lab rats for the most criminal pharmaceutical company in history, threatening their job and benefits if they didn't take it, and then watching their mortality skyrocket immediately after and covering it up with fraudulent PCR tests to blame it on COVID. Let's do another round of depopulation together, but this time we'll do it with war and bombs instead of injections. So I read that because these guys, we know based on this channel and many others that have put this information out, there was no reason at all to put those injections in our body. They were not vaccines. They were gene therapy shots. And they used COVID as a pretext to get everyone in fear so they could inject us. 99.7% of the earth survived that virus that they called. All to get our brains to twist and turn in different directions and cause us to be divided in so many ways. And so General Flynn came out recently and said, hey, here's my take on Q. I believe it is a major psyop. Folks, I believe that would be a good psyop. He didn't say bad or what. And he says, whoever's running this op has done a major disservice running this op, quote unquote. When I see a bunch of people, sitting and waiting for something to happen instead of doing what I've been calling for now for quite some time, local action. Okay. So he was on with Dave out of X22, and he says he's still a fan, and he didn't want to come across, belittling Dave. He was just being honest. Rome is burning Nero, and the bucket brigade is getting low on water. I like it, and like it or not, I don't. We have a person in the White House that is there following a constitutional process. Note, I didn't say fair election, which I don't believe occurred. Okay, so he's basically saying, look, enough with just thinking, sitting back and going, hey, everything's going to be fine. There's Q, there's keeping up with, updates for all of us and more. And I think, we're just going to be fine. I don't need to do anything. No, we still need to do something in our local communities. As anybody, if you're sitting there, can you say honestly to yourself, are you doing something locally in your city, in your county, in your state, making phone calls and more to those that represent you to fight for your country? Or are you one of those that constantly goes into the board and you're constantly trying to look for the next set of comms? So I'm asking for that. And so I go to then General Flynn bringing this up in 2016.
Frankly, one of the comments that Hillary Clinton made was when she pulled a card off the table saying, I'm not going to put any boots on the ground. I mean, quit telling the enemy. We have become the best enemies in the world because we constantly.
Why does that bother you?
We constantly predict what it is that we're going to do.
Why does it bother you?
Telegraph what we're going to do.
Why does it bother you that she's not going to put troops on the ground?
It doesn't make any difference whether we do or not. This is, in warfare, you want to have all the options right up until the last possible minute, and you do not want to telegraph, or you do not want to be predictable as to what you're going to do or not do.
You don't want to be predictable. You have all your cards to the last moment in warfare. We don't need to have all of the answers. We know that there's a lot of disinformation on that board to throw the enemy off to, and they will not project what they're going to do on the next step or next level. And I guarantee you that most people are not going to know what's going on in the first place. But one of the things that it did do for us, this board, this Q board, regardless of what anyone says publicly about Q, Trump affirmed that he was working with Q seeming countless times. Facts never going to change. Yes, it was a psyop, a good psyop. This is from Ultra Pepe Lives Matter. If you were not there watching in real time, then you would be oblivious to this, but it happened, and it occurred more than times than I could count. What Q and Trump did was make the deep state and the satanic cabal a tangible reality rather than an ethereal idea in our minds. Is truly invaluable for me and thousands of others, and it began a domino effect that forced social media to begin censoring and banning truth tellers because we had become such a threat. You guys remember these politicians that I just showed you right here, these guys all clapping in unison for old Bibi himself, but they won't clap in unison for much if anything else. But they will do it there. But man, they joined in unison when anybody brought up this thing, Q. It was okay to go after him on the mainstream media, but boy, if you brought it up on YouTube, you better watch out because they're going to take you down. What did they do in 2020 right before the election? They knocked my 440,000 subscribers on YouTube. Gone. Patreon, take me off. Gone. Okay? Who else took me down? PayPal. Teespring, my t-shirt company that we had, gone. And everything works out for good because we've got a great company now. Angie and Jamie working hard to support us. So yeah, it works out for good. But you know what? We were a threat. We were exposing them. And these politicians came together and passed this little law that these folks that are following this Q thing, they're bad people in a sense. And I forgot the wording. But man, they went after us. And they joined in unison. These bad people exposing us. How dare they? Don't let anyone take the pride of being an anon away from you. We accomplished much and put forth seeds, and they're still blooming to this day. To this day. Okay? Fletch 17. This is what Q did for me. Woke me up. Taught me to question everything. Exposed the swamp in the uniparty. Showed me things I'd never, ever thought was a lie. Showed me all the connections, taught me about symbolism, showed me how charities and churches were corrupt, exposed many traitors, sent me down 1 billion rabbit holes, showed me what Pizzagate was, got me back in the Bible, gave me faith, a plan that was in place to save our republic. Bonus, scared the cabal and the deep state. What did I miss? We get things like this, information where we all started joining together because we grew in numbers. And you know what? They tried to take us out. It didn't work. We continue to grow. Ghislaine Maxwell's childhood friend is Antony Blinken. Remember Ghislaine Maxwell? Part of Epstein Island, trafficking children. Get it? He is the current U.S. Secretary of State. Antony Blinken's father was Robert Maxwell's lawyer. Robert Maxwell. Ghislaine's father was outed as a Mossad super spy in 1991. These connections just keep falling into place. Kanakoa the Great showed us this. 1 month ago, Mohammed bin Salman announced that Saudi Arabia was moving closer to a historic normalization agreement with Israel, with the progress linked to Palestinian negotiations and an arms deal with the United States. At the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu unveiled the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, a trade route connecting India and the European Union through the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Fast forward 1 month, Hamas carried out a terrorist attack on Israel. In response, Israel declared war on Hamas, initiating airstrikes on Gaza and cutting off food, water, and electricity to 2 million Palestinians. The United States deployed 2 carrier strike groups to the Mediterranean. The State Department issued a worldwide caution for American citizens, and the Middle East stands at the precipice of war. What is the goal behind the terrorist attack on Israel? Is it possible for Israel to eradicate Hamas without killing tens of thousands of Palestinians? Does China, Russia, and Iran want this? Want India, Saudi Arabia, and Israel to build alternative trade routes to the Belt and Road Initiative? Let's listen.
For us, the Palestinian issue is very important. We need to solve that part, and we have a good negotiations continue till now. We gotta see where it will go. We hope that it will reach a place that it will ease the life for the Palestinians and get Israel back, as a player in Middle East. Every day we get closer. It seems it's for the first time a real one, serious. We gotta see how it goes.
Today I bring this marker to show a great blessing, the blessing of a new Middle East between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and our other neighbors. We will not only bring down barriers between Israel and our neighbors, we'll build a new corridor of peace and prosperity that connects Asia through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, to Europe. This is an extraordinary change, a monumental change, another pivot of history. But I also believe that we must not give the Palestinians a veto over new peace treaties with Arab states. Sanctions must be snapped back. And above all, Iran must face a credible nuclear threat.
Wow. It's hard to cover all this. It's hard to get this information out because you wonder what everybody's thinking. Folks are picking sides. There's a lot of fighting going on. And it reminds me of something I read earlier, and I felt it was important to read from Laura Aboli. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is proving to be the ultimate weapon of division. Even within the truth and alternative media community, there has been a wedge created by this horrific war. Oh, yeah. We're getting the emails. We're getting folks that are writing, they're angry. No matter how careful you are about covering this, no matter how difficult it is to share information from both sides, trying to figure out what's going on, showing you that the deep state's heavily involved in this, people are still sending me, and we know, messages filled with anger. But on the opposite side, we're getting a lot more support. So don't let that get you upset. Laura says, I have heard people that I used to agree with say the most outrageous things as if suddenly they had lost all sense of humanity and compassion. The hatred between the two sides runs deep, not only amongst those in the region, but in people all around the world. Decades of stereotype indoctrination and violent events have proven effective in creating a deep division that is severing the world as we speak. Islamic radicalism has been used by the powers that be for decades as a means of provoking instability and wars around the world. 9/11 is the perfect example of this. The image of Muslims as a violent, radical religious group of people has been well ingrained in our Western psyche. But is it true? No. There are 2 billion Muslims in the world and only a tiny percentage of violent radicals. You guys get that? Do you guys know any violent radicals in any other group, religious group? They try to take over. When it comes to the Jews, we are faced with a complex dichotomy. They are the eternal victims of one of the worst barbaric episodes in history, and at the same time, they have a disproportionate amount of representation within the structures of power, which inevitably leads to mistrust and animosity amongst many. But are all the Jews wealthy, powerful, and bloodthirsty? Obviously not. Only a very small percentage could be categorized as such. Evil has been in power for millennia and has permeated through all nations, all races, and all religions. That's right. It seems to me we've forgotten the red pills that we've been swallowing. Did we not learn that all religions have been infiltrated by the powerful cabal that rules the world? Do we not know that the Vatican is as much a center of evil as the institutionalized power structures of Islam and Judaism? Did we not realize that all governments are puppets of the same cabal? Have we not uncovered time and time again how they use barbaric events to further their agenda by causing fear, outrage, and hate amongst us? Do we still not know that by dividing us, they win and we lose? Have we really not understood that we all share a common enemy? Why has everyone suddenly forgotten that what we are seeing in Israel and Gaza is nothing more than the cabal playing both sides in order to provoke a global war that will allow them to get closer to their long-planned wet dream of a one-world government? It's not about Palestinians versus Israelis. Both are being used and sacrificed as pawns on a real-life chessboard in which checkmate means total world domination and the end of life as we know it. In order for the Great Reset to take place, they need to destroy the status quo, and a global war is the perfect means to achieve this. So the more we accuse one another, the more we blame one another, the more we hate one another, and the more we kill one another, the closer we are to their agenda taking shape, until one day we will find ourselves living in a dystopian, transhuman reality. We will realize then that it was not the Jews nor the Arabs. We will finally see who the real enemy is when it's too late. I truly hope not. Pray. It's time to re-swallow the red pills and remind everyone who the real enemy is. It's not Jewish people. It's not Arabs. It's not Russians. It's no nation, religion, no race. It's a cult, a cabal, a global elite. I don't care what you call them. Our enemy is that small group of people that pull all the strings. Let's sever those strings, embrace one another until we realize we're all on the same team. As we, the people, we stand no chance of winning. So next time you speak or write or post something on social media, be aware of the message you're spreading. Ask yourself if you're feeding the hate and mistrust or encouraging understanding and compassion. Take the time to consider if you are aggravating the problem or contributing to the solution. What's it going to be? Man, and that is difficult. That is very difficult. That's me talking, in case you're listening. It's difficult to navigate this as many people are posting so many different things, trying to, then it seems like one video you post, it's supporting Israel, one supporting against the Palestinians, one's that, and after a while you just get so torn up, especially when you see the savagery that's playing out throughout the world. And so this is a reminder, thanks to Fletch17 for posting this video of what we're up against at the 133 mark on this video. Do you remember when President Trump was asked about Q? Check this out.
The theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind? Or
well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there, and we are actually. We're saving the world from a radical left philosophy that will destroy this country, and when this country is gone, the rest of the world would follow. The rest of the world would follow. That's the importance of this country. And when you look at some of the things that these people are saying with defund the police and no borders, open borders, everybody just pour right into our country. No testing, no nothing. You talk about testing, no testing. Mexico, as you know, has a very high rate of infection.
So there you are. You heard it. He's talking. He answered a question about these satanic pedophiles. He said, is that a bad thing to stop them? And she laughed. That's who we're up against. We're up against an organization called the WHO who's trying to control the earth and get rid of our sovereignty. President Trump brought that up. Remember, one day at a time, one unveiling at a time.
The World Health Organization has become nothing more than a corrupt globalist scam paid for by the United States, but owned and controlled by China. When the China virus reached our shores 3 years ago, the World Health Organization disgracefully covered the tracks of the Chinese Communist Party every single step of the way. For this reason, it was my great honor to terminate America's relationship with the World Health Organization. The United States was paying the World Health Organization almost $500 million a year. When I dropped out, I took it out of there. And for 330 million people, even though China was paying only $40 million for 1.4 billion people. So we had 330, they have 1.4, and we're paying more than 10 times the amount. That's typical for the United States because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Unfortunately, crooked Joe Biden foolishly re-entered the World Health Organization at the full price and without any negotiations or reforms. And now Biden is pushing to bypass the United States Senate to enter a pandemic treaty that would surrender American sovereignty to the World Health Organization, again controlled by China. The draft treaty would require the United States to send vast quantities of medical supplies to other countries in the event of another pandemic, and it would push aggressive censorship of free speech on issues of public health, just like they censored the truth about the Wuhan lab, which I said that's where it came from, remember. Under the next Trump administration, that treaty will be immediately terminated. I would not allow public health to be used as a pretext to advance the march of global government. That's what they're doing, globalists. The United States will withdraw from the corrupt World Health Organization, which, in light of its utter failure on COVID, they had a tremendous disaster on COVID, deserves to be completely abolished and replaced. Then I will work to forge a new coalition of nations that are strongly committed to protecting health while also upholding sovereignty and freedom. I want to thank you very much, but I also want to say this. I could have renegotiated the deal. I could have gone into the World Health Organization for $25 million. Biden didn't take that deal. He's paying almost $500 million. They were so anxious to get the United States back after I terminated the agreement. They were so anxious to get it back that they offered me a deal, $25 to $30 million. And I said, no, I'll wait. Could have gotten it for less, but I didn't want less at that point. We were paying almost $500 million. Could have done it for 25 to 30. Biden took the almost the $500 million deal. He knew he could have gotten back in for less. So why did he pay so much? But that's just one of many things that are wrong with our country. Thank you very much.
So he brings up WHO at such a time as this, almost as if he's preparing for what they're probably going to try to do again is a psyop on the earth, telling everybody that there's another one out there. Just in time for the election, right? Another virus. Well, President Trump, national poll CNBC, he's at 46%, 4 points over Biden, 42%. I don't believe that at all. I just don't believe it. There's no way that President Biden, resident Biden, has 40% of this country supporting him with the disaster that he's doing now. Can't be. So, but Montana, when you look at their poll, 49% plus 21 over Biden, 28%. Yeah. We continue to see this across the country. The Remnant Revolution Tour. What a great thing for Banners for Freedom. They're now going to have the Net Remnant Revolution Tour. And he sent me a lot of information on it. We'll continue to update you on this, where he'll be doing all types of reaching out to folks for baptism across the country. It is absolutely amazing what they've done. And they sent a video on their Banners for Freedom website and Telegram from Struck and the Truth Twins, truthtwins.com. They attended a Banners for Freedom beautiful Remnant Revolution Tour stop in Colorado Springs to bring glory to God, to fellowship with great patriots, to open the ears and the words of the truth, to give thanks for all that God gives us, and to share in the joy of many souls being saved. There's Trey Smith. Man, Trey's amazing. Good to see him up there. They gave thanks for all that God gives and to share in the joy of many souls being saved as they were baptized in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. I am a child of God is playing now. So I'm going to let this play as we go into our weekend for Friday. Thank you, Struck and the Truth Twins, for putting together this awesome video capturing some very memorable moments from that day. Folks, enjoy this, and then we'll go into prayer.
Okay, as you know, I can't play it because I'm not gonna take the not gonna have them pull us down while we're doing this, so we'll keep watch here. We'll know when this part here is done, but every other day we try to give you guys as much information as we possibly can, in one location, so you don't have to jump around from this site to that site to this site to that site and everything, and it gets to be crazy, that we try to bring you things that are grounded. Um, most everybody that I play for you is in one way or another faith based, because God is God is good, and God's going to win. The thing is that we just we get so wrapped up in the worldly things. It's we're not supposed to pay attention to the worldly things. Focus on Him. God will provide everything that we need. It's why I came back online. He told me to get back to work. He says, "Don't worry. You need, just tell them. They'll help." That's why I got my Cash App up there for anybody who wants to donate. And by the way, thank you to Big Chap and there's another one. I can't remember the name that came across my screen, but thank you for your donations. And the thing is and that's what I like. It doesn't have to be some big donation. People who send $5, $10, or whatever. That all goes to either taking care of the dogs or taking care of making sure that we got fuel in order to do the next podcast. So I'm extremely grateful. And these are people that resonate with me, that I share with you because of the fact that through prayer, getting the discernment, and through Christ and through God, tells me who is that what they're speaking is the truth. And then there are so many avenues in which to go to research to make sure that what they're telling you is the truth. But when it comes to the word of God, it's its own truth. It's its own truth, even though it's been deceptively manipulated throughout all these years. I told you, whoever rules Palestine pretty much rules all religions. Okay, because you had the Jews, the Gentiles, and the Muslims that all lived in the same country peacefully. And now all of a sudden, wait, you can't be here no more. You can't be here anymore. You can't be here anymore. We have to drive you out. We have to kill all of you. And that's not cool. That's not how God wants us to be. He wants us treating our fellow human beings with the love and the light that He treats us with, that He wants to share with us. And the more we open our hearts to it, the more we receive it, and the more it becomes very, consistent. So, all right, back to LT now.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, so overwhelmed by your love for us. If there's any time to cry out to you for just simple request as we continue this information battle, would be to continue to provide us the guidance that we need each second of every day in navigating how we're supposed to speak to others. We know that one of our greatest responsibilities on this earth is to just reproduce. One of the greatest things that we understand and know is your love for us, your guidance for us in direction in so many ways. As our minds continue to wander, as information continues to come from so many different directions, help us to know right from wrong, truth from lies. We continue to lift up Robert and Jamie and their family, Banners for Freedom. Amazing that through all the turmoil that happened on the earth, how you're using them at such a time as this to reach out to the hurting, reach out to those who simply want to proclaim to the public their love for their Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you. For such a time as this, you have prepared us, you have guided us, and had us understanding and knowing just how the evil one works. You told us to expose the evil. We're exposing it. We've asked you for support in getting information out. You've helped. You've kept the internet lines open. You've kept your 24/7 lines open for prayer for us. I think about all of the division of who's voting for Israel, who's picking Palestine, who's looking at the pictures and feeling sorry for both sides. And we know that there's an enemy out there, seemingly hidden, slowly being exposed, who's filled with nothing but hate for your people, for your creation. For God so loves the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. You love us so much. How it must hurt so bad to see this destruction across so many ways. It affects our lives, and we need protection. Protection from the enemy. There are those fighting on the front lines, those that are on the ships now in different areas, and we just ask, Heavenly Father, if you could put a stop to this. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen. Folks, thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for your support, your prayers, and more. There's probably another 45 minutes to an hour of material that we had for today. Hopefully we'll get to it again soon. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew to be careful. There's a lot of things going on out there, a lot of things that can be manipulated. And I wanted to show you real quick before we close out. Even in videos, folks, if you're looking at your screen, they can use video manipulation techniques and make fires bigger or smaller appear on cars. As you're looking at your screen now, these are techniques that they can use. So be careful. Everything that might not be exactly what they're telling us. So just be in prayer over that. Be careful, okay? Thank you for hitting the subscribe button and the like button and sharing. Our billboards are popping up all over the place, and we've had somebody even enter in to provide support quarterly for that, and it's just amazing. So thank you again for your prayers and your support. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi, with them we know. Signing out.
All right, and that was And We Know. LT. Yep. Oh, boy. Tell you sometimes. All right. Well, we're back at the beginning again. So let's hit today's X-22 came out about 6 hours ago. Let's go ahead and fire this baby up. See where we go from here. I probably won't. We'll probably keep that.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3192 AN. Today's date is October 20th, 2023, and the title of the episode is EU has just made their move. The economic picture is becoming clear. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Hey, feeling unsure about your finances these days? You're not alone. That's why Noble Gold Investments is here to help. Just hear it straight from the folks they've helped. The Noble crew walked me through everything, no stress. With their help, I can finally sleep easy at night. And now this month, Noble Gold Investments is handing out free 5-ounce Silver America the Beautiful coin if you qualify for an IRA. Invest in gold and silver with Noble Gold Investments. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. The only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private was a central bank, the World Economic Forum, their entire push is completely collapsing on them right now. The world got a taste of what they want to do in regards to the Green New Deal. The world is now understanding this is not the direction we should be heading in. And the people aren't going along with it. And this is just going to get worse and worse as time goes on. Now, the central bankers, they're going to continue pushing their central bank digital currency. Yes, the World Economic Forum is going to continue to push the Green New Deal. Remember, these people are not going to give up. They're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until the very, very end. They want everyone to fold, and they'll keep doing it until people fold. That means the people have to continually push back, which I do believe is going to happen. Why? Because the people see the truth. The people see exactly what they're trying to do. And as they see more of it, they're going to push back even harder. And we can see the EU right now, they're making their move with the central bank digital currency. And they're starting out with the same exact type of narrative, just like they started out with the central bank going all the way back to 1913 in the US. Hey, we're going to tax people, but it's only going to be the rich. So don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. You will never, ever get taxed. Don't worry about it. The EU is doing the same thing. Remember, they're not just going to say, hey, everyone, get rid of your cash. Let's go to all digital. They know that that will not work. So what they have to do is they have to convince everyone, oh, no. You can keep your cash or you can use the digital currency. You can use both. It's okay with us. And that's how you sucker everyone into accepting it. And once everyone is in on it and everyone is using it, what do you think the central bank will do? They'll say, oh, by the way, there might be an event or something might happen. And they'll say, cash, we cannot use cash. We have to go full digital. By that time, it's too late. But this is exactly what the EU is trying to do right now. Now, I don't believe it's going to work. It might have worked during an event, a pandemic. It might have worked during a war. But now everyone is awake. Everyone understands that the central bank digital currency means total and utter control. So I do believe the people of the world, they're going to fight back like we've never seen before. Now, we're going to be talking a little bit more about that a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with the Green New Deal, because the solar power stocks, they're crashing. Why? Because demand is completely disappearing across Europe right now. The renewable energy meltdown is continuing right now. Solar power company stocks are tumbling after solar equipment maker Solar Edge Technologies warned of sliding European demand. During the second part of the third quarter of 2023, the company experienced substantial unexpected cancellations and pushouts of existing backlog from our European distributors. And we attribute these cancellation and pushouts to higher than expected inventory in the channels and slower than expected installation rates. In particular, installation rates for the third quarter were much slower at the end of the summer and in September. And I think what's really going on is people are waking up and they're starting to realize, hey, if we're going all green, net zero, and we're going to rely on windmills, solar power, and everything else, the country will not be able to operate. The people will not be able to get the electric that they need, the power they need, and the country will not have the power to push manufacturing. And what does that mean? The country is going to collapse economically. And this is what the people are experiencing. This is what the people are seeing. And there's nothing that these individuals can do to convince them otherwise, because once people see it, they can't unsee it. Just like here in the United States, everyone is realizing solar power is not going to work. Electric vehicles is not going to work. Yes, they might have their place. And you could use solar power, but you can't power the entire country with windmills, solar panels, because the country's not set up for that. Plus, what about those periods of time when you don't have the sun, you don't have the wind? This is going to be a complete and utter disaster. Plus, what about manufacturing? You know how much power you need? It just isn't going to work. And I think the people of the United States right now, they're starting to realize this. Plus, the whole climate push is one gigantic hoax. But the Internal Energy Agency, they put out a report letting everyone know that the world's electric grids are incapable of supporting renewable energy goals. Now, remember, all the money goes to Ukraine, goes out to their people in other countries, to other central banks, because they money launder. It goes to them. They haven't improved the infrastructure in this country for a very, very long time. And pushing us to net zero, to solar power, wind power, and everything else, the electric infrastructure is not there at all. And in this report, it says in order to achieve climate goals set by the global governments, more than 80 million kilowatts of electric grids have to be added or refurbished by 2040, which is the equivalent of an entire existing global grid. You think this is going to happen? Absolutely not. Do you think they care? No. They're still going to try to push their agenda. They don't care if the people have power one day, don't have power. That makes no difference. Remember, their entire goal is not to power the world the way it is. Their entire goal is to have depopulation, move people into 15-minute cities, and have that smaller population use this energy. So when you look at what, like this report is saying, it's not for the world. It's for a smaller population, and it's for these tiny little cities where they're going to keep the people, where people will just stay in the cities. They will not go outside of the cities, because we know from Klaus Schwab, he let everyone know that the highways can be turned into parks, which means, and what they're telling us, is they don't want people traveling around. And you won't be able to travel because the planes that are electrified, they won't be able to go far distances, and they won't be able to carry a lot of people. So what they're doing is they're keeping people in their little space. And when people live in that little space, they're going to have the power from solar and wind. And that's what they're planning on doing. Now, do you think the people really want this? That means their relatives, friends, and everything else, they're going to be removed from this planet. It almost reminds me of the movie Avengers, when Thanos says, we're going to get rid of half of the population because the world is going to be a lot better. Was it? No, it wasn't. So again, this is what they're trying to do. And I don't think they're going to be able to succeed. Why? Because people see the truth. The economic picture is becoming clearer and clearer in what they're trying to do. Everyone's seeing the entire economic system completely implode. And now they're putting all the pieces together. And inflation, it's not going away. Inflation has been here for a very long time. Since we came off the gold standards back in 1971, it's just been accumulating since that period of time. And now we're at the point where people can really notice the inflation. I mean, you just can't unnotice it. Wall Street Silver on X put this out and says September inflation numbers are up again, hitting 5% annualized, driven by rising food costs, but especially rising energy costs after Joe Biden's administrative fight versus domestic energy, after which he drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and sold it to China. It's looking like COVID was the crisis they always wanted. And now they're keeping the $1 trillion spending that's keeping us in permanent inflation. They don't have an exit plan. In fact, every plan they have makes it worse. Now, do you think Trump and the Patriots knew that once they kicked this off, that it wasn't going to improve? It was just going to get worse and worse. Inflation was going to get worse. High fuel costs were going to get worse. Food prices were going to go up. You think Trump and the Patriots knew that this was going to happen? Yes, they knew exactly Talk about being prepared. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023 between emboldening cybercriminals and ransomware as a service thriving. The threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon, most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands of people, are preparing for the worst with Night Watch Pro. Night Watch Pros are affordable night vision binoculars that allow anyone to see with predator-like vision in pitch darkness. They're perfect for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more, especially in an extended or life-threatening power outage scenario. Plus, they include high-end night vision features like 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and long-lasting rechargeable battery. The best part is that Night Watch Pros are 60% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including a 32-gigabyte SD card for your new night vision binoculars, express shipping, and 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Get yours now by going to nightwatchpro.com. That is nightwatchpro.com, or click the link in the description. What was going to happen? They knew the playbook. They knew they were going to follow this path because their entire path was to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. But in the process of them doing all this, they're destroying their own system. And as they destroy their own system, the people can see them destroying their own system because people are experiencing it. They see the lies. They understand, hey, you're telling us there's no inflation, but I go to the market, I buy fuel. I know there's inflation. I know it with health insurance. I know it with homeowners. I know it with my car insurance. I see it all over the place. And more people are using credit to get by. And this is how their system runs. Can you imagine if everyone removed credit cards today and all they could use is their cash, the cash that they earn from their job or what they have in savings? Do you think people would be able to survive today? Do you think people would be able to go out and purchase, go to dinner, and do the things that they've been doing for a very long time? Or do you think people would have a very difficult time making ends meet? Well, I think a lot of people would probably go bankrupt because just relying on your paycheck, just relying on the cash that you have, it's going to be very, very difficult for people to actually make it in their world. And their world is a debt system. And you could see it very, very clearly. And now that people are using more and more credit cards, I think more and more people are starting to realize this system doesn't work. And this is why when we looked at all these videos of the younger generation, they're realizing it. They might not understand perfectly what's really going on, but they realize there's something wrong. Something isn't right. It doesn't make sense. And when you look at the people with the credit cards, the people are saying, holy crap, we're charging a lot right now. And the fees are going up. The interest is going up. And I don't know if we can keep this up. Actually, CNBC put this out and said credit card users paid nearly $164 billion in fees, interest in 2022. It may get a little worse, analysts warn. You think it's going to get a little worse or a lot worse? I think it's going to get a lot worse. But I think people now see the difference between Trump's economy and Biden's economy. And I think this is what Trump and the Patriots wanted. They wanted the people to see the difference. They wanted the people to see, wow, look what you could do to the economy. You can make it function. You could have low fuel costs by making the country energy independent. You could have low inflation. You can have jobs. You can bring industry back. You can do all of these things. And if you just kept on this track, everything would have been fine. But instead, what did Biden do? What did Obama do? What did the central bank do? They decided, no, we have to go back to our original agenda. He put us way behind schedule. So we need to switch everything, reverse everything that he did, and follow this Green New Deal, Great Reset path. And people can see very, very clearly what's happening, especially with fuel costs. Steve Malloy put this out and said how we got to having to hope oil prices don't skyrocket. Under Trump, U.S. in charge of global oil price of oil. Gas in the $2 range, Iran on the ropes, Mideast peace. Under Biden, OPEC in charge of global price of oil, gas in the $4 range, Iran enriched and empowered, Middle East war. And what do you think is going to happen with the fuel prices now? Do you think they're just going to drop? Now, when you add on the Middle East war, and we're dependent on other areas for oil, that means fuel costs are going to go up. Biden can try to use the strategic petroleum reserves, but now with this coming into focus, it's going to be very, very difficult because remember, there's only 17 days left of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And if we're heading towards war, this is a disaster in the making. And I think the population, they're starting to get this and they're starting to realize that this is a complete and utter disaster. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the Fed is saying that they might raise rates. They don't know just yet. You want to see if we tipped over the economy yet. And if we haven't, we'll probably do one more rate increase and then we will hold steady for a little while and then we'll start to drop them because the damage has already been done. But this is all going to affect the deficit. And the Fed said the deficit will become more of an issue as debt services increases. Of course it will. I mean, really? So right now we can see where all of this is headed. And the picture of what is happening is becoming very, very clear. War is starting. Fuel prices are going up. The stimulus has never stopped since COVID. Inflation is completely out of control. Layoffs are beginning. The deep state, they have us in a recession, and we're heading into a depression. And I do believe this is all going to come together during the 2024 election. And the entire system is going to come to a screeching halt. And as Biden continually tells everyone that everything is fine, people are going to sit there and go, wow, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. Now, if he's not in office, Kamala will be saying all of this, or the candidate that is running will be saying all of this, that holy crap, they have no idea what they're doing. And Trump, he's going to stay on the same exact narrative. We're in a recession. It might even be the depression, and the economy is not doing well. And I think the people are going to believe this. But remember, the central bankers, they were forced down this path to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. And we can see out in the EU, they have already started to push the digital euro. And ECB Lagarde, she's out there saying that the digital euro is on the move. Everything has been prepped. But don't worry, everyone. You can still use cash. You can use cash or you can use the digital euro. Now, once again, this is a head fake because what they're really trying to do is they're trying to get everyone into this new system. They want everyone to think that, oh, nothing's going to change. We're just going to go to a new digital system that will be on the blockchain. Remember, this is not like Bitcoin. It's not decentralized. They're the ones who are creating the currency. They're the ones who control the currency from a centralized location. So they want everyone in. If they told everyone, hey, we're going to go all digital, everyone in, most of the people would say absolutely not. But if you tell people, hey, we're going to have a digital currency and you can keep your cash, people might say, okay, that sounds good. That we'll go for that, because you know what they're going to do in the end. In the end, what they're going to say is, oh, by the way, because of this event or because of what's happening here or whatever they make up, they're going to say we can't use cash just temporarily. Everyone just start using the digital form of the currency. We're going to temporarily stop cash. We're going to start to collect it when you come into the bank or whatever you do. We're going to start to collect it, and we're going to remove cash from the entire economic system. But it's only going to be temporary and maybe only for like 2 or 3 years. But don't worry, we're going to bring it back later on, which they're never going to do. They told us this when we came off the gold standard. It's temporary because there's speculators in the market. Well, here we are from 1971 all the way to 2023, going into 2024. That's a very long space of time that they call temporary. So once again, they're going to try to make this move. But again, the people of this world, they have to accept it. They didn't accept the vaccine passports, and I don't think the people are that stupid to accept a central bank digital currency. And for the world to accept it, they need the United States to accept it. And I don't think the United States is going to accept it because we already have bills sitting in Congress, which is going to reject the central bank digital currency, and poll numbers that are out there right now, one from the Cato Institute and others, showing that people are not going along with the central bank digital currency. This is something they do not want. And I do believe when we hit that crisis and the central bankers trying to make their move to try to push the people into the central bank digital currency, I think the people are going to reject it, and Trump is going to give different solutions. And at this point in time, as they watch the liars and they watch the truth teller, well, are they going to listen to the liars or are they going to listen to the truth teller? I do believe they're going to listen to the truth teller, and he's going to give solutions to the problem. And I think the people are going to say, you know something? We're going to go with this guy over here. And this will make it a lot easier for people to accept what Trump is trying to tell them. Even the people that hate him, the people that love him, That's going to be easy. The people that dislike him, in the end, they will say, yes, you know something, he makes sense. Let's go along with it. But again, we have to get there. And I do believe the crisis is going to provide that platform for Trump, and it's going to destroy the central bank. It's going to destroy the deep state system that they're trying to create. And in the end, I do believe the people, they will make this decision of which way we go. And I do believe Trump wants the people to make the decision. He's just going to give them solutions. The people must decide, how do you want to play this? And I think the people are smart enough to understand that we can't go along with the central bank. We can't go along with the World Economic Forum. We can't go along with Obama and Biden. We can't go along with what they're proposing. We need to go in a completely different direction. And I do believe that's going to happen. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and stop that outro right now because we are going to part B. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3192BN. Today's date is October 20th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Election Evidence Will Be Introduced During the Corrupt Trial. 2020 will never happen again. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. Leaders of the World Economic Forum anticipate a cyber catastrophe for 2023. The threat of cyber attack on U.S. soil is getting worse. In fact, 86% of business leaders and 93% of cyber leaders believe we're headed to a catastrophic cyber event soon. Most likely one that attacks and shuts down the power grid, potentially leaving the U.S. in a modern-day dark age for months. That is why myself, along with tens of thousands of people, are preparing for the worst with the Fight or Flare flashlight. The Fight or Flare flashlight is an all-in-one tactical flashlight with self-defense capabilities that anyone can use. This tactical flashlight boasts an ultra-bright 800-lumen light bulb with powerful strobe light modes designed to blind attackers while stopping them in their tracks, allowing you time to flee to safety. On top of that, the Fight or Flare flashlight comes with life-saving tools for a variety of life or death scenarios, especially in an extended or life-threatening power outage, including a glass-breaking hammer, a built-in power bank, solar-powered recharging, rope and wire cutter, siren, high and low LED lighting modes, and more. The best part I love is that the Fight or Flare flashlight is 66% off for the rest of this month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts free with every order for a limited time, including express shipping, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement, and access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter. Get yours now by going to fighterflare.com. That is fighterflare.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, they are now being exposed to we the people, and the people are waking up in droves. And I do believe this is all part of Trump and the Patriots' mission for the 2024 election. And to wake the people up, people wake up in all different ways. People wake up, hey, look, the border's open. I live in the South, part of the United States, in Texas, Arizona, or one of those states. And holy crap, look what's happening here. Other people wake up when the economy is crashing. Other people wake up when they see some type of an event or something's happening in DC, like we see with the House Speaker, and they see the rhinos. They see exactly what's happening. Other people wake up when there's war. Actually, a lot of people wake up when there's war. But I do believe Trump, as he brings us down this path, he needs to show the people the truth, because I do remember when he said the things that we're doing now is going to make it a lot easier for people to accept what we need to do later on. And I do believe that's what this is all about. This is not about a 4-year election where he was going to come in 2016, fix everything, and everyone was going to go along their merry way. It wasn't possible because the system was so corrupt. The system was so damaged and infiltrated that was completely impossible. And I do believe this is why he set this entire plan in motion to take back the entire system. Now, he knew that if he just took it back, that wouldn't solve anything. If he just went in, let's say with the military, took it back, arrested these people, the country would be sitting there going, what the hell is this guy doing? I don't know why he's doing that. Was there a problem here? Why did he storm the Capitol? Why did he take all these people out? Is he starting a coup or something? That's what people would be doing. And think about the fake news. What do you wall-to-wall coverage of a coup in the United States? That's all people would see. And he knew this. He knew taking back the country is not the responsibility of one man, not the responsibility of just the military. It's the responsibility of the people of this country. And I do believe this is why he set forth this plan, the first 4 years, the second 4 years of Biden, and I do believe the last 4 years of actually cleaning everything up. And when you start to look at what's happening right now, people are now starting to wake up, and a lot of people have woken up, and a lot of people are seeing who the true enemy is. And I do believe this is very, very important to understand who the enemy is, because for him to go after these people, people need to know who the enemy is. Because if you don't know who it is, how is he going to go after him? You wouldn't accept it. The same thing with the elections. You need to understand how they cheated in the election. You need to understand how their cheating system worked. Now, a lot of people still don't believe the elections were stolen, that they were rigged. A lot of people do believe, but they don't know exactly how it happened. Who was responsible for this? Was it one person? Was it a group of people? Were they all working in coordination? And I do believe as we approach 2024, Trump needs to show the people, number one, the elections were rigged. Right now, you can see the election interference. You can see the indictments. You can see what they're doing to an individual who's running for the presidency, and you can see how they're trying to stop him every step of the way. So you see the election interference. It's very, very easy to see. I don't think anyone's really questioning this. Yes, there might be some Ds that are saying, no, this is not election interference, but that's fine. Because now, as Trump goes to trial, and he actually put out a truth about this, he's going to produce election evidence. He will introduce it during these corrupt trials to show how they cheated in the election. So what we had in 2020 will never happen again. And I do believe the people need to see this. Now, once again, are the people just going to accept it? Are the people going to say, holy crap, look at this, this is the evidence? Yes, a lot of people might, but there are going to be those that still do not accept it. But remember, the reason why he's doing this is because he needs to get the majority on his side, and he needs to show the people the truth. So when it comes time to do certain things, the people will accept it. So if the majority of the people see hard documented evidence that the election was rigged, and it's not just coming from one agency. Yes, we know one of the agencies is going to be Space Force, which is part of the military, so military intelligence. But remember, he has an executive order 13848, which has been renewed countless times by Biden, which is kind of odd, don't you think? Unless he's controlled in some way, because why would he do this? Other agencies have also been monitoring the elections, because that's what the executive order says, and they have to generate a report, and it goes up to the president. So if he has all this information, which I do believe he does, because he says he does, and he has the ability to declassify the information before he left office, because remember, he captured 2020, captured 2018. Most likely they have something with 2016, but it just built over time. And if he produces this, which he's going to produce, because he says he's going to produce it during the court trial, people are going to see how they rigged it. Now, if it just came from one agency, people might say, oh, look, it's just one agency. You know, they might have caught it wrong. But if it's multiple agencies and they show the same exact pattern, and they're all saying, yes, this is what happened, and it's documented and people can see it, the people are going to go, holy crap, look what they did. Remember, Trump's entire push is to go to one-day voting, paper ballots, and voter ID. He wants a true count of the voters, of who they're voting for. So if you see the election rigging for 2020 during these court hearings, will you accept what's going to happen on 2024? Well, the people will say, well, we know how they cheated. No more mail-in ballots, no more drop boxes, no more of any of these things. So that means the deep state players, the Ds, they're going to have to change this up. They won't be able to use this, right? they'll have to use maybe the illegals or a different tactic that you don't see. Now, I do believe as we approach 2024, these tactics will not work. They will not be able to generate enough votes or fake votes to beat Trump. So most likely, they're going to try to postpone the election. Now, will the people accept a one-day vote using paper instead of the electronic system? Because if we have a cyber attack or something like that, will people accept that if they see what's happening in the court trial? I do believe they will accept it. And they'll say, you know something? We saw the cheating. We know these systems aren't reliable. We just had a cyber attack. They're saying we can't have an election. But you know what? I accept the paper ballot right now. I accept what we need to do. And I think that people are going to accept this in the long run because they're going to see all of this play out. Now, once again, does that mean everyone is going to believe? No. I think the majority will. And I think the majority will be with Trump because remember, we also have the economy crashing during 2024. And remember, Trump is telling everyone that the economy is heading towards a depression. And we have Biden and the others in the administration, the Fed and the rest saying that the economy is doing fantastic. So the people are going to see the difference. Plus, if you add on top of that World War III, well, the people are going to see war approaching. The people are going to be afraid. And especially the young generation, they don't want to be drafted because as war picks up, they're going to get scared because they don't want to go to war. You might have a couple of them that want to go, but the majority of the young generation, they're not going to want to go to war. So in the end, you're going to see a lot of people agreeing with Trump, especially when he's talking about peace and the other side's talking about war. And I do believe the people in the end, as we approached 2024, and especially if the market comes down right before that time, he's going to have the people completely with him. And the people will accept what we need to do. And he'll continually say, listen, you elect me, we will not go to war. We will have peace. I can end it in 24 hours. You think that you're going to hear it from the other side? Most likely not. Most likely they're going to be talking about war. They're going to be talking about red lines. They're going to be talking, no, the draft is starting up. And I do believe this is what you're going to see. And you're going to see chaos throughout the world. You're going to see it all play out. But I think in the end, Trump, just like Andrew Jackson, he'll have the people with him. He'll have the people on his side. And once the people are on his side, the people accept the things that he needs to do to destroy the deep state players. And I do believe this is where this is all heading. And this is why Trump is continually saying that 2024 is the most important election. This is the final battle. It's either the deep state wins and the people say, I want the deep state because they didn't vote for Trump, or Trump wins and we eradicate the deep state and we take back the country. And I do believe the people, they're going to want peace. They're going to want a strong economy, and they're going to watch this whole thing play out. And I do believe the people will side with Trump in the end. Because remember, this is not just a 4-year election. This is about exposing the deep state system. This is about waking the people up. This is about taking back the country. And that's exactly what we see happening right now. This is why Trump is continually telling us that, we're in a pause right now, if you like to call it that. Some people call it a pause. Or he says he's in his second term, if you want to consider it that way, because he used it to wake everyone up. He took the 16-year plan, shifted around, accelerated it, because he knew that these individuals had to push us into their original plan. Remember, they never expected him to win. They never expected Hillary Clinton to lose because she was supposed to come in. She was supposed to bring us to war. But Trump, he turned the tables on them and they had to catch up. So he allowed them to basically do what they do best, destroy themselves. So if he shut everything down and actually reversed everything they did, he knew that they were going to reverse everything that he did. And they were going to accelerate it. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And this is waking up a lot of people. And now we're coming into the home stretch. And I do believe that Trump, as he brings the people down this path, the people are going to agree with him with all of this. And we'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. First, let's talk about the corporations, because those corporations that went woke, they're having a very, very difficult time. You look at Target, you look at Bud Light, you look at Victoria's Secret, you look at Disney, and now ESPN, which is part of Disney. Well, it looks like they have quite a bit of problems. because right now they've been laying off at ESPN. Profits have fallen by 20% over the first 9 months of the year. And basically, they made ESPN woke, and they followed an agenda, and the people decided to move away from this network because this is not what they wanted to see while they were watching sports. They didn't want political commentary. They didn't want wokeism. They didn't want any of this stuff. And it's the same with all the other corporations. And you can see their entire agenda is failing because remember, they're the minority in all of this. Yes, they might have gotten the leaders of certain corporations on board. They might control the news organizations at the top level. They might control the social media companies at the top level and then infiltrated other people within. But remember, that is not the majority of the country. That is just their bullhorn that they use to convince you they are the majority. But now the majority is learning that the majority has the power. The majority can wield their power and destroy these individuals. And I think the people are now flexing their muscles and they're showing the deep state players, no, we're in control. And I think this is going to continue as time goes on. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see that more and more evidence is pouring out against Biden. Of course, we have a distraction with Israel and Ukraine and everything else. But the evidence is coming out. We know the fake news is never going to report on this. But now we can see there's more evidence that Biden was receiving funds. James Comer was out there from the Oversight Committee. He said, we found a $200,000 direct payment to Joe Biden. AmeriCorps Health LLC, $200,000 to James Biden, $200,000 right to Joe Biden. So they're tracking this all down right now, and they're proving their case. And as this evidence builds up, well, the deep state players, again, they're going to say, holy crap, they're catching on to what was going on here. More and more evidence is pouring out, and wait until they start to dig a little bit deeper and they make the connections between Obama and Hillary Clinton. I do believe that's when the deep state's going to pull the plug and say enough is enough. We can't have Biden in this seat anymore. We need to remove him. And it doesn't mean Biden's going to want to be removed, but I think they're going to force him out one way or another. And that's probably going to be with the 25th Amendment. And we're going to see a change of batter coming in. And I do believe we're headed right down this path. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is remember that individual who was in the Biden administration, part of Homeland Security Immigration. She was an officer, and she was posting images of Hamas paragliding in, and she was all for it, and she was helping with the refugees seeking asylum to come to this country. Well, since she did all this, it looks like she has now been placed on leave. And once again, you can see the government is completely infiltrated. And now I think people are seeing the truth. And actually, we'll be talking about the infiltration of this government because it didn't start with Biden. It actually started with Obama, if you go back in time. And I think we were told about the infiltration, about the Muslim Brotherhood and the people, certain people that Obama was bringing in. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we know from the entire agenda of the deep state, the entire push of what is happening out in Israel, we know that this didn't just happen. This was planned a long time ago because it takes a lot of planning and coordination to do this. They just didn't wake up one day and say, hey, you want to paraglide in? You want to do all this stuff? I do believe they planned this for a very long time. They saw an opportunity because the funds for Ukraine were drying up. They see there was certain things happening in Congress. They removed McCarthy, and they were like, holy crap, how are we going to get our money? These people are expecting our money. We need to launder. We need to do all these things. And we knew that this was part of their agenda. Yes, we have other agendas that associated with Israel and Hamas and what's going on. But this is one of their agendas. And we could see that Biden was already out there, and he's asking Congress for an additional $61 billion to support Ukraine and $14 billion to boost Israel's military. Now, we know that this money is not just going to go to Israel. It's not he also wants money for the border, by the way. It's not just going to go to the border. This is how they play the game. You think they just started the border wall because, hey, they want to stop the people from coming in? No, they're pretending to build the border wall so they can get money. They started the entire conflict out in Gaza because they needed money and they wanted to start a war. Stephen Miller put this out and said, as predicted, the border funds in Biden's Ukraine bill are not for security, i.e. deportation, but to increase and accelerate the mass release, resettlement, and transportation of the world's developing countries into all 50 American states. So once again, They're sitting there trying to tell you that, oh, they want border security. No, they do not want this. Every word that comes out of their mouth is a lie, and it's always the opposite. This is how these people work. They've been doing this for a very long time. Just look at any of the bills that they have passed. It is always the opposite of what they do. And you could see it as clear as day. And as time goes on, it's getting worse and worse for them. And the other thing that's very interesting is, remember, Biden brought in all these people that were not qualified. They just brought in the people that they needed into certain positions. It's infiltration into government. And these people probably are not qualified, or these people have mental problems. And actually, we're starting to see this right now. Jeff Carlson put this out and said, as world conflicts intensifies, our foreign policy is being carried out by high schoolers. Staff describe anger, depression, tears in meetings, and rumors more colleagues will quit. Well, I don't have any problem with them quitting, but look at the people that they brought in. If they're sitting there crying and they're depressed and they're tearing up, are these the right people that should have been brought into these positions? I mean, think about it. These are the same exact people that the military has been recruiting. What do you think they're going to do on the battlefield? Do you think they're going to go out there and fight? Or do you think they're going to have a nervous breakdown and they won't be able to function? Well, that's exactly what's going to happen. And I think everyone's starting to see that Biden's administration, his entire government, is completely falling apart right now. And as this entire event, not just with Israel and Gaza, but the World War III event, as this picks up, it's going to get worse and worse. And I think people are going to start to see this, and it's going to be clear as day, because look what's happening right now. Hamas, the terrorist group, and remember, this is a terrorist group. These people that are marching around, they're rallying around the terrorist group. There's a difference between Hamas, who took over Palestine, and the Palestinian people. Because remember, Hamas, they won the elections like back in 2006, 2007, and pretty much they remained in control of this entire region. And yes, they've been stealing humanitarian aid. Yes, they've been digging up pipes, making missiles, and taking technology from Iran. And you could see that they're spreading terrorism all throughout this region and throughout the world. And why do you think Soros and the rest took the garbage from all these countries, the terrorists, the criminals, and brought them into Europe and brought them into the US, Canada? Because now you could see what's happening in all these different cities. And at a moment's notice, they could tell these people, okay, let's have a worldwide mobilization, and let's have a day or a week of terror. I mean, think about what they did during George Floyd. They had BLM, and they had a couple of days, a week of terror in the United States with the riots, the burning, the looting. It's the same thing that is happening now. They're just using the people that they brought in. Why do you think they brought in all these people? Why do you think they brought in all these illegals? Why do you think the people that were coming over the border, they weren't just from Mexico or Central America. They were coming in from all over the place. They were shipping them in for this purpose right here. And what's very interesting, and Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, the Hamas terrorists knew the names of the people, how many children they had, and even which of them owned dogs. So once again, we know that this has been planned for a very long time, and they were waiting for the right moment to use this. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew that they were planning something. Again, he already told us World War III is coming. And I do believe this entire mission is being used now to remove the terrorists from Gaza. And I want to go back to when Trump said Netanyahu was not involved in the destruction of Soleimani. Now, really think about why he said this and why he picked this moment to say it. Because if the mission was going forward to remove the terrorists in Gaza, who backs the terrorists? Iran. If Iran thought, and they still believed, that Israel was involved in destroying their general, one of their leaders, Iran would have made their move and joined in the fight, even though they're still part of the fight, but they would have gone full force in the fight in this area. And this would have been problems for Israel to complete their mission of removing the terrorists. And I do believe what Trump did is he actually shielded Israel by giving this story at this moment in time and took the blame away from Israel and put it on him and the U.S. So Iran couldn't say, hey, this is the holy war, whatever they call it, and we're going and we're joining in with the terrorists because they killed our leader. They went in and they're killing the people here, and now we're going to join in. I think he took this away from them, and he's allowing Israel to go in and do what they need to do. And I do believe this is happening out in Ukraine with Putin. It's happening in Gaza with Israel, and it's going to be happening with Taiwan, with China, where they're going to be going in and removing the deep state players. And once again, this is a mission that's being carried out to get rid of the deep state. And I do believe that's exactly what is happening right now. Now, since all this has happened, the Israeli civilians, they now want weapons. 100,000 Israeli civilians have applied for firearm license since the beginning of the hostilities. And the people are starting to realize, you know something? This is why we need weapons, especially here in the United States. We have a Second Amendment. Our founding fathers, they fought a war to be free. And they didn't sit around the table saying, hey, we just finished that war. Should we make up a Second Amendment where we can get our food, where we make, they give everyone the right to have a weapon for hunting? No, they sat around going, you know something? We just fought a war, and we realized that the weapons, that was most important, because without them, we wouldn't be able to fight. We wouldn't be able to fight a tyrannical government. We wouldn't be able to fight these individuals. They've just come into our homes, just like the Israelis are seeing right now. Let's talk about our health. A record number of doctors are applying to become obesity specialists as America's excess weight problem worsens. Nearly 1,900 doctors applied for the annual exam this October, which is a 50% increase from last year and would allow them to be certified in treating obesity and raking in higher salaries. What's worse is that their market is bigger than ever. 40% of the population in 3 states are now obese. This is one reason why so many people have turned to my favorite magic powder used to help manage weight. With its research-backed ingredients, it works by supporting elevated levels of ketone, which mimics a state of fasting and helps promote the weight management benefits that people want. The powder also promotes a fat-burning metabolism, helps curb cravings and appetite, elevates energy levels, and much more. Simply mix a scoop with your favorite morning drink to give your body the nutrients it needs to supercharge your weight management efforts. The best part is you get 51% off the rest of the month or until they sell out, whichever comes first. Plus, you'll also receive several additional gifts valued at over $500, free with every order for a limited time, including free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The Top 14 Ketogenic Foods, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Get yours now by going to ketowithx22.com. That is ketowithx22.com, or click the link in the description. And here in this country, you know what people are doing? They're purchasing weapons. RSBN put this out on X and said U.S. firearm sales surge in wake of Hamas attack on Israel. They're seeing a 300% in gun sales right now, because people are starting to realize, I see why we need to have a weapon. Now, they might not agree with everything, but they're realizing, wow, the Second Amendment, if we didn't have the Second Amendment right now, I wouldn't be able to get a weapon. If we allowed the D's to do what they were going to try to do, ban all weapons, well, I wouldn't be able to get a weapon. And now people are looking at the assault rifle, which is not an assault rifle, by the way. It's an AR-15. It's a rifle, semi-automatic. People are going, okay, I see the purpose in this, because look out in Israel. They had many people invading their country. If I only had 10 rounds or 5 rounds, this would be a complete and utter disaster. And now I see in this country, our borders have been wide open. People are talking about terrorist cells all over the country. What happens if something does happen? Should I have a weapon that I can use on multiple people? And wait, that weapon might be an AR-15. I see why I need that one too. And you know something? I don't want a magazine of 10. I want a magazine of 30, 40, 45. And I want multiple ones of them. People are starting to see the difference now, and people are starting to understand why this is so important. And this is what our founding fathers went through. They realized they fought for their freedom, and the only way they were able to fight for their freedom was with the weapons, because the tyrannical government, the deep state players, the evil deep state, they're not coming at you with a fork or a spoon. They're coming at you with weapons. They're going to unleash their foot soldiers, and they are going to have weapons. Look what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse during the riots. Yes, thank God he had an AR-15, because the person that came at him, they weren't carrying a spoon. They didn't have a phone book to hit him over the head with. The guy pulled out a gun. Where did he get his gun? Think about it for a second. I think people are starting to realize this. Now, Douglas McGregor, he's letting everyone know that this war is going to expand. This is what he says on X. He says, "We are on the threshold of total war. If the Israelis march into Gaza, they will fail to root out the thousands of Hamas fighters there. The arsenal of rockets and missiles in the region is enormous. The rest of the region is prepared to go to war. It's not just Iran," which is very interesting because now they have an arsenal of rockets. They have it in the entire region. And Kim.com just put this out and said, a UN Security Council resolution on Iran's missile program has expired today. Russia is free to deliver hypersonic missiles to Iran. First deliveries are probably arriving at Iranian ports. Russia will support Iran in the upcoming war against Israel. U.S. payback for Ukraine. So it looks like things are now in motion. Remember, war doesn't start overnight. It builds over time. And people are going to see the war build over time, and you're going to see the Biden administration do absolutely nothing. And war is messy. War is scary. War is terrible. And I completely agree with Trump. We need to stop the killing of everyone. And I do believe this is going to be his message throughout 2024, because remember, the 16-year plan was to bring us to war, to bring us to nuclear war. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be doing this. And now we see it all playing out. Plus, we see the infiltration in this country. Remember, this is not about a 4-year election. This is not just about arresting a couple of people. This is about exposing all of it so that people understand, so that people can take back this country. Cash, he was on the War Room, and he said something very, very interesting. And let me just read it to you. There's one individual in the White House, National Security Shop Head of Intelligence Programs. His name is Mayor Bitar. Mayor Bitar, yes, remember that name. He is solely responsible for prioritizing what collection efforts on intelligence are tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 for President Biden. Why is this guy's name important? Well, one, he used to work for Samantha Powers, but let's put that aside in the United Nations. Two, we just found a photo of Mayor Bitar recently wearing Palestinian garb, raising a hand behind a picture that said, "We want Jewish apartheid." This is the guy in charge of intelligence operation for the United States of America. Step two, Robert Malley. We've heard of him before. Biden's number one envoy, the guy that's supposed to be keeping us out of war in Iran and had his clearance, security clearance, suspended by Chris Wray, FBI, of all people, just 2 months ago. You got to ask why. They won't publicly release it. Well, let me tell you why. Because an individual named Ariane Tabatabai, who, by the way, is currently running our Special Operations Office at the Department of Defense, was installed there by Robert Malley. Yes, the former presidential envoy to Iran installed the Iranian national to that position in the DOD. And do you know what she did in 2014? She emailed the foreign minister, Zarif, and asked for permission as a U.S. citizen to take a trip on behalf of the U.S. government. This individual is still employed at the Department of Defense as the Assistant Chief of Staff for the Special Operations Office. The Iranian regime has infiltrated the Biden administration. And he's absolutely right. But this goes all the way back to Obama. Karma Patriot put this out on Truth and said, the man who orchestrated the government infiltration by embedding foreign agents within his administration, the man who created ISIS and then refused to label them as Islamist extremists, the man who gave aid and comfort enemies of the United States with the Iran deal and implemented policy that was based solely on destroying this country. It was Barack Obama. So this individual infiltrated our country. He put the 16-year plan in motion. And think about all the people that he brought in. They had a certain faith, and it was part of the Muslim Brotherhood, part of Iran. Let's go back to post 3881. This is February 24th, 2020. It says the following. What if almost every critical position senior within the U.S. government apparatus was infiltrated? What must be done first? The swamp runs deep, plus sleepers. Backgrounds are important. Muslim Brotherhood, list of in the news now names with known ties to Islam. This is not another 4-year election. Assumptions correct, package well received, known. So Obama brought certain people in, they had a certain faith, and they started to infiltrate the entire system. And now we can see the results of all this, because remember, with their 16-year plan, we were supposed to be going to war. And we are going to war now, but this is a controlled war by Trump and the Patriots. It's not controlled by the deep state, which means Trump will bring it to a halt when the people decide if they want to take back this country. And I do believe in the end, they will take back this country. And I do believe every step of the way, Trump needs to get every single group on his side. And this is why when you see the charges being brought about against Trump, you see his mugshot, maybe he'll be going to jail. He's getting the Black and Hispanic communities on his side with this. As we go down the path to the 2024 elections and the economy crashes, a lot of the young generation, well, they might go to Trump's side because they're not getting jobs. They can't repay their loans, and they have a very difficult time. But as we approach war, a lot of the young individuals, they're going to probably go to Trump's side because they don't want to be drafted. And if they hear him talking about peace, they might resist in the beginning, but as it builds up over time, and maybe even the draft starts, or they're hearing a lot more about the draft, the younger generation, they're going to say, you know something? Yeah, I know we signed on to this. I know we were for Biden. And even if Michelle is running, I know, yeah, we're for them, but I am not going to war. I am not going out there because most of these people will have a nervous breakdown. And what's very interesting right now, at the beginning of all of this, we see that the younger voters, they are now moving to Trump's side. Actually, the support of the younger voters are moving towards Trump. He's leading Biden with the younger voters, which means the younger voters are going to continually move to Trump's side as we go through the 2024 year. And remember, optics are very important. A lot of things are going to change during this period of time. And we can see already there are changes right now. We could see the House, they cannot choose a speaker right now. And I don't think that's really a big deal because I think most of the country is saying that Ukraine is not the most important thing. We don't need funds for Ukraine. Actually, we need the funds here in the United States. We should be focused here in the United States. So not having a speaker, I don't think the majority of the people are that panicked. I don't even really think we need one right now. And the only people that are really panicked are the deep state players. And you can see how panicked they really are. Well, Jim Jordan, they had a vote today. He lost again. And it looks like the deep state players, they had a secret meeting and they're going to remove Jim Jordan as a candidate for speaker. Now, can everyone see the rhinos? Can everyone see this? And you can see they're panicking. Representative Matt Gaetz put this out and said, "We're shaking up Washington, D.C. and breaking the fever. The only reason people think there's chaos in the town and right now is because the special interests aren't in control anymore." And he's absolutely right. And we can see that Gaetz, Good, Crane, and Burchett, they all came out and said, listen, we will accept censure, suspension, or removal from the Republican conference in return for Jim Jordan being elected speaker. Well, the deep state players, the rhinos, they don't care about that. You could see that normally they would take this, but they definitely do not want Jim Jordan as speaker because they know it is game over if this happens. And this is why they went ahead and had this secret ballot in the basement to remove Jim Jordan. And I remember Trump saying, going back in time, that we might have a temporary House Speaker that probably will not have power to do pretty much anything. And the deep state, they will be trapped in all of this and they will not be getting what they want. But going through this entire process, I think the people can see all of this. And I think as the House comes to a screeching halt, the only people that are going to panic over time is going to be the D's and the rhinos because they need their fix. Their fix is money. I don't think Gaetz is going to be sitting there going, holy crap, we better get someone really fast. I really need that money. I don't think he's going to be doing it. I think the other people are going to be doing it. So they're not in a rush. And I don't think the people of this country are in that much of a rush because they know that this money is going to go to Ukraine, to Zelensky, to laundering and everything else. So let's just stop it right now. And let's see with the game of chicken, let's see who folds first. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is with Sidney Powell. And it looks like and we know this is a corrupt court. We know this is an entire corrupt trial that's going on. And they're just going after all these people because they don't want Trump back in office. So they're interfering in the election. And yes, they have to charge many, many other people to build up the narrative. It's almost like when Mueller was going after so many people, but they really never had anything. And it had nothing to do with Russian collusion. And all that completely and utterly fell apart. But Technofog, he breaks it down and he says the following. Sidney Powell accepted a plea agreement from the Fulton County District Attorney, pleading to 6 counts of conspiracy to commit intentional interference with performance of election duties. Those are all misdemeanors. She faces 6 years of probation, a $6,000 fine, and has to pay $2,700 in restitution. Call that a win for the defense. Here's why. Powell was indicted with 7 felony counts: conspiracy to violate Georgia's RICO, Racketeer Influence and Corruption Organization statute, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit election fraud, conspiracy to commit computer theft, trespass, and invasion of privacy, and conspiracy to defraud the state. These charges are felonies that carry heavy penalties. A conviction under Georgia's RICO conspiracy statute, for example, requires a punishment of between 5 and 20 years of imprisonment. That gets us to the second point, the risk of conviction. Let me start by saying that I believe Powell is innocent, that there was no RICO conspiracy by her or anyone else, that the indictment, along with all overt acts and furtherance of this conspiracy, is a joke, that this case never should have been brought, that it criminalizes political conduct. But I'm not a Fulton County juror, and you probably aren't either. When these cases go to trial, at this moment, nobody knows if Kenneth Chesebro will be offered or accept a plea deal, which I do believe he did accept a plea deal. The defendants will face a jury pool that is approximately 75% Democrats and only 25% Republican. The jurors will salivate at the chance to convict anyone associated with Trump. We've seen that in D.C. with the January 6th defendants. We've seen it with the anti-Trump activists who lied to get on the Roger Stone jury. They're not concerned about justice. It's political. Adding to the pressure is the cost and expense of trial. Back in September, the Fulton County District Attorneys estimated this case would take 4 months. There'd be hundreds of witnesses, even before the defense got to their case in chief. That's the type of trial that could bankrupt a defendant. The Fulton County District Attorney knows that, and probably threatened the excessively long trial to increase the pressure on Powell and Chesebro, the only 2 defendants who demanded a speedy trial, to accept a plea deal. It's just another example of the unethical conduct of the zealous Fulton County prosecutor, who have engaged in very public evils, from withholding exculpatory evidence from the grand jury to lying about Georgia law to the trial judge. The deal also shows that Fulton County prosecutor don't want to go to trial right now. Spending 4 months in the courtroom and presenting hundreds of witnesses would only help the defense of Trump. There'd be no surprise at Trump's trial. All the witnesses would be on record. The weakness of the prosecution would be exposed. So they needed to get these people out of the way. It's a show that they are now doing, and they want Trump front and center, and they want surprises. And I do believe Trump has a surprise for them, which we'll be getting to in just a sec. But very interestingly, they told Sidney Powell that she can't own a firearm for 6 years. Paul Sperry put this out and said, Atlanta DA Fannie Willis, assistant, tried to tell Texan Sidney Powell she couldn't possess any firearms during her 6 year on probation before the judge corrected her, asking if she's sure that were true for a misdemeanor. She said, I'm not certain. So she was lying, trying to convince Sidney Powell, who's a lawyer, by the way, that she couldn't own a firearm, which is completely fake, phony, and false. Tom Fitton put this out and said, Sidney Powell's plea proves Fulton County prosecutor went nuclear to get Trump. And that's what this is all about. It's all about getting Trump. And I do believe Trump is bringing all these people in because this is going to be turned on the deep state players. Remember, everything has to happen to him. He's the victim. Because if he came out and he took the classified information and went after all these people, it would look like he's attacking them. But instead of him attacking them, he wanted them to attack him because they set certain precedents. And while you're attacking him, what do people see? They see a victim. The victim is allowed to defend himself. What can he produce to defend himself? Classified information that he declassified. He can show evidence that debunks everything that they're saying, actually, which will show that they are the criminals. They are the ones who overthrow the duly elected president. They're the ones who overthrow the United States government. And I do believe Trump is about to do this. But before we get to that, Jack Smith, he dropped the hammer on Trump in a new filing. He's saying that Trump is not above the law. And he's saying that he does not have immunity. He's not above the everyday person. Now, think about how this is going to play out in the end. They're trying to make the case that he has no immunity. He's not above the people, even though he was president. He doesn't have that power. So you think this is going to be used against Biden, Obama, and the rest? Yes, it all has to happen to Trump first, and then it will be used on these people. Julie Kelly put this out and said, latest filing by Jack Smith again shows his farcical experimental expedition with no precedent. 54 pages of straw grasping to justify unprecedented criminal prosecution of a former president on dubious charges with comical evidence. And Trump can't publicly respond. Smith is actually comparing the post-Enron obstruction felony misused by DOJ and at risk of being reversed by SCOTUS to murder. Not just a thug, a moron. And do tell about a president taking bribes. Would this apply to a vice president? Just wondering. Let's remember this. Election interference is criminal. Jack Smith says so. So once again, Jack Smith, he's setting a lot of precedents. And all of this is going to be used against the deep state players. Why? Because they're the ones who interfered in the election. They're interfering in the election right now. They're the ones who committed these crimes. They're the ones who are treasonous. And once all this is set, Trump, the Patriots, they have an open playing field. They can go after these people. Now, remember, Trump let us know that he would go to prison for democracy, or I think he should have said republic, but I think he was rubbing this in the face of the deep state players. And we can see they placed a gag order on him. And we already have Judge Engoron, who has threatened to imprison Trump if he can't provide a valid reason for breaking the partial gag order. So Trump made a post saying that Laura Kirk was a girlfriend of Chuck Schumer and even provided pictures. And I think it's still up. And the judge is saying, you need to start taking this down or we're going to throw you in prison. Now, let's see if this happens. This is going to be very interesting. And if they do throw him into prison, you know what's going to happen? The people are going to be on Trump's side. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: as I successfully fight these political opponent lawsuits, all created and started by crooked Joe Biden and his group of radical left thugs, I realize how insignificant they are compared to the horror of what is going on with Israel and the Middle East, where thousands of people have so needlessly died in a war that should have never started, and millions could very easily follow, all due to the highly incompetent Biden administration and their policies of weakness and appeasement, and of being just plain stupid. This is true, and also with Ukraine and Russia, which would never have started under the Trump administration, and many other hotspots around the globe that could easily lead to big problems and deaths. Even inflation, a killer in its own right, would not have happened. So let them keep suing me over bullshit in their hope of election interference. As our country becomes disabled and dies, we will successfully fight it all and make America great again, greater than ever before. Then he mentions something else on True Social, and he's talking about the trial that's coming up with election interference because that's going to start in the new year. And he says, does anyone notice that the election rigging Biden administration never goes after the riggers, but only after those that want to catch and expose the rigging dogs? Massive information and 100% evidence will be made available during the corrupt trials started by our political opponent. We will never let 2020 happen again. Look at the result. Our country is being destroyed, MAGA. And we said this before. Trump, he's going to be in these trials. MSNBC, CNN, Fox, and the rest, they're going to be televising it. The people at home, most of the Ds that are watching MSNBC, CNN, and the rest, they're going to say, oh, look, we're going to get him now. He's going to be going to jail. He interfered with the election. The fake news is going to be building this up. But the people, they're going to see something very, very different. They're going to see evidence pour out, and it's going to show how Joe Biden, Obama, Hillary Clinton, and many, many others in foreign countries, how they were involved in rigging the election. And the people are going to start to realize that all of this is documented, that agencies have now documented how they cheated. This is going to be introduced into court. And remember, Trump, he didn't do this on his own. He didn't go after these people. They came after him. He's defending himself. He's the victim. He has the right to defend himself. And he's going to produce hard evidence that was classified, which I do believe he unclassified, so people could see it. He's already done this. And as people see this evidence, people are going to be shocked. Now, if people realize and understand that the 2020 election was rigged, and they see this happening now, they see the election interference, and they see the rigging. Are people going to question the 2024 election? Are people going to say, well, I don't want to use the computer systems. I don't want to use the ballots. I don't want to use any of these things because they cheated with these things. Now, what do you think the deep state's going to do? They're going to try to force people to use it. What happens if the people reject it? Do you think if they reject it, you think the deep state players, you think they want to have an election? No, I think they'll try to stop it at all costs. But the people will accept ballots, paper ballots. They'll accept the 1 day of voting, which I think everyone wants. They'll accept the voter ID. Now, the deep state players, they don't want that because Trump will win in a landslide. So what happens? The people can push back and say, no, we don't want to use this. We demand 1 day votes. We demand all of this. Now, the deep state, they're not going to go along with this. They're not going to just say, okay, we're happy to oblige you and we'll just do it. No, they're going to try to stop this. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know they're going to try to postpone the election one way or another. And it seems that they might do this with some type of cyber attack, with something. But we're going to have to see how this all plays out because whatever the solution is, the people will accept it because they saw the truth. They saw the cheating. They saw all of it. I just want to go back to post 1181 because since Trump mentioned all of this on True Social, this kind of makes sense. Down below it says, we have everything. How can we use what we know? How do you legally inject, make public, use as evidence? What are you witnessing unfold? Trust the plan. And yes, that's how he can release this information. Remember, when you start to look at the strategy of Trump, it's not about him attacking all these people. It's about them attacking him and catching them in their attack because he wants to show the people, these are the people that attack people. These are the people that interfere in the election. These are the people that create these trials to get rid of their political opponent. These are the people that have been coming after me from the very, very beginning. I'm just going to defend myself. I'm going to defend it with the truth. And the truth will win. And he's absolutely right. And when the people see this, the people will say, holy crap, they're the ones who cheated. They're the ones who are treasonous. They're the ones who caused all this. Now, what's very interesting is Trump, he put out a video. On top, it says brainwashed in all capitals. And it's a video of when Hillary Clinton said that she needs to deprogram all the deplorables. And they made a little video of this. And let me just play the video. It's actually pretty good. And you can see that the solution is Trump. He breaks the brainwashing. But take a listen.
Trump taking a commanding lead and Bidenomics hurting American families. Genius Hillary Clinton has come up with a way for Biden to win.
There needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members. Formal deprogramming of the cult members. Deprogramming of the cult members.
A brilliant plan. And here's what that would look like.
Pay attention. Joe Biden will defeat him. Biden has done an amazing job. Amazing job.
But there's one small problem.
The basket of deplorables.
Working Americans aren't idiots. And they know who's on their side.
To American workers watching their take-home pay shrink and watching inflation destroy their family and their lives, to all of you, I have your back. I'm Donald J. Trump.
So what's very interesting about this is that Trump, he put on top brainwashed. And that reminds me of post 337. And let me just read the whole thing. This is December 13, 2017. It says, Patriots, rest assured we are in control. Watch, confirm, and disseminate. The country is not divided. This is fake news. Antifa was organized purely for optics, RE division. It's fake. Estimated 4 to 6% we consider hopeless and forever brainwashed. Reread crumbs, RE slave grip, the D's have on the black pop. Why is this relevant? Why are jobs, economy, growth relevant? This requires a deep cleaning. These people are stupid. You are safe. Have faith. And I do believe what what this post is saying is that the majority is on Trump's side. And I do believe in the end of all this, everyone is going to be able to break the brainwashing of the fake news, the deep state players. And yes, will it be every single person? No, we might have 4 to 6, 8%, whatever it is. They will still be lost. They'll have to be told later on what happened. But the majority of this country will be on the side of the patriots, which means moving into the 2024 election, if you have the majority with you, you want a completely free, transparent election, which is one day paper ballots, and you want to show the world that the people are with me. Because once the world knows the people are with Trump, Trump then can do what needs to be done. People will then accept it, like in the 2024 election. When they see the election being postponed or they see the cheating, they will accept going to paper ballots. It'll be that much easier. When Trump wins the election and people realize who the treasonous criminals are because they said, okay, we want you in there. We want you to take back the country. It will make it a lot easier to go after the criminals. The people will be behind him. And I do believe he's following in the steps of Andrew Jackson. He's getting the people on his side. And once the people are on his side, we, the people, Trump and the rest can go after the deep state players and they can start removing and arresting all these people. And I do believe this is where all of this is headed. The Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. That was part B, X22. Yeah, quite a bit stuff today. Absolutely. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays are pretty much big info days, and we just gotta kind of go with it. Yeah, we really saw that one. Let's see here. Here, let's check this out.
Do you think he was effective in communicating why the American people should get behind him in this project?
No. First of all, I wanted to hear more about the hostages. I wanted to hear more about the fact that Americans were killed in Israel. I didn't want to hear about Ukraine. I especially didn't want to hear about Ukraine, given the fact that we gave him $200 million a week ago. And of the $100 billion he's promoting, $60 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel. I mean, it was like he did exactly what I didn't want him to do. Yesterday, I said, I don't want him leveraging Israel to give more money to Ukraine. That's exactly what he did. And I said, I wanted America respected at the end of that speech. I wanted the world to understand they were going to deal with America. The guy is just, viscerally, you look at him and you're not afraid of him. He is an example of how we don't have any power. But let me tell you something. When he tells Israel to restrain herself and not be blinded by rage after what they did to the innocent Jews and Israelis, how could he possibly say that? And he says he's going to punish Iran's going to pay a price. You want to talk about money? How about you cut off the funding? And Ron Klain, how you can even think that we're better off with Joe Biden, you've lost it, okay? Donald Trump gave us the Abraham Accords. Donald Trump sanctioned. He enforced the sanctions against Iran. Donald Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal when Obama was sending love letters to them to say, oh, we can work on this thing together. And there were no beheadings when Trump was president, and the caliphate was destroyed when he was president. So we're in the middle of 2 wars right now, on the verge of a third. We've got 1.5 million gotaways, and we got all kinds of foreign nationals, and we got a clueless guy up there jumping around talking about Indo-Pacific and comparing, I got one more thing, Ukraine to Israel. Here's the difference. Russia wants Ukraine. The Arab world and the Hamas wants to not just the Israel, the land, they want to kill every Jew in sight. That's the difference. He ought to understand that.
Damn. Judge Janine kind of going up a little bit, don't you think? Let's see. Breaking out Bannon. Documents Pfizer was forced to release this week when they tried to muzzle for 75 years reveals the Biden cartel took $1 billion of our taxpayer money and paid off the networks and newspapers to hide the adverse effects of the you-know-what. The you-know-what, by the way, has 55 pages of adverse effects, including everything from heart attacks to strokes to ALS to paralysis to clots, all kept quiet by NBC, Fox, Washington Post, etc. All plus the CDC and Fauci and company. Tort lawyers are circling. Oh, don't you know?
You to fund a money laundering operation. They're stealing with two hands. I tell you what. Before we consider one penny for Zelensky and those crooks and those oligarchs with all the yachts down in Monaco, let's just get an audit. And they can round up to the nearest $5 billion how much money they stole out of the first $113 billion. And go to the chalets in Switzerland and to the south of France, and let's go to Tuscany, and let's go to Florence, and let's go up there to Paris, and let's go to the Cotswolds, and in Belgravia and London, let's go there. Where's their money and where are their kids? How about this? The deplorable's got an answer for you. Screw you. Next in the war room.
Well, he seems a little opinionated today. I don't know what's up with that.
Our beloved republic is in the hands of madmen. This is a dark day, and I stand at a fork in the road. I can abide the law and surrender my arms to the Senate and watch the republic fall to tyranny and chaos. Or I can go home with my sword in my hand and run those maniacs to the Tarpeian Rock.
On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. And I will also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries, and that will be done immediately. They want to go home. They want to go home. Horrible what they've done to children. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the heads of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. No mandate. I will immediately close the Federal Department of Education, and we will move everything back to the states where they can individualize education and do it with love for our children. You know, we spend a fortune in education. We spend more than any other country in the world by far. It's not even close. And we're last. Out of 40, we're 38, 37, sometimes even 40. We're last. So we spend sometimes 3 times. You have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Norway, you have China. It's at the very top of the list a lot. I will keep men out of women's sports. I've been talking about this for so long. And I will sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I'll tell you, you know, being born in the 60s and growing up all these years, absolutely, it boils down to this. He's 100% the best president we've ever had. And this shit that's in there now is, you know, is the other. I played this earlier in the first part of this podcast, but I'm going to play it again just because it was that good.
There was nobody who was more important in Congress to Trump's effort to overthrow the lawfully elected government of the United States than
Here
Jim
we go
Jordan.
again. Rachel, Trump called for a recount of the votes. That's not overthrowing the government. And you know that. But you and the entire left-wing media keep saying that because Project Mockingbird still goes on. And whether you like it or not, all of you motherfuckers are part of it.
I don't care how many times I watch that in a day. It's going to be good every single time. Every time. You know, that guy, it's a, you know, he dropped the MF bomb. You know what I mean? You know, so to me that tells me that we're heading, you know, in a direction, especially with them. I mean, did you see the reaction on those women's faces? You know, I'm serious. I mean, did you really look at their faces when he said that? Maddow couldn't say nothing. None of them could say anything. Whoopi's mouth just dropped open like, okay, we've been outed on national TV. we gotta go to a break. I love this meme here. I just saved $26,000 on a new battery for my car because it runs on gas. All right, let's see what this lib has.
This comment. No, but this probably will be. Did you guys know that Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's main accomplice and partner in crime, her father, Robert Maxwell, owned McGraw-Hill before he died? McGraw-Hill, as in one of the largest educational publishers of K-12 materials. I know y'all remember these books. Except Robert Maxwell owned it back when it was still called Macmillan, and then they changed the name to just McGraw-Hill once he died. Now this gets really interesting, and I'm going to connect some dots for you guys, but this video is probably going to get taken down, so before it does, save it. So it is said that Robert Maxwell was part of the Mossad, and he held a lot of power in Israel. So much power that the president and the prime minister attended his funeral. If you weren't sure what the Mossad is, it is the intelligence agency in Israel, kind of like the CIA, but for Israel. And here's where it gets really interesting. So back in October, a crypto millionaire, Nikolai Mashijin, tweeted that the CIA and the Mossad are running an entrapment blackmail you-know-what ring, and they're going to kill him. Pause to read. And guess what? 4 hours after he tweeted that, he was found dead in the ocean, fully clothed with his phone in his pocket. So Nikolai Mashijin was the co-founder of MakerDAO, the world's first unbiased currency and leading decentralized stablecoin. Now, this is important, so remember it for later. So let me get this straight. Robert Maxwell, whose daughter ran an elite blackmail you-know-what ring, was also an alleged agent of the Mossad, the same agency that someone tweeted about, saying that they ran a blackmail you-know-what ring and was killed. And if for some reason you still think that this is some huge coincidence, I'm going to need you to put your thinking cap on. And by thinking cap, I mean your tinfoil hat, because at this point, they're basically the same thing. Nearly every one of my textbooks growing up was McGraw-Hill, and it was owned by a guy that was most likely involved in what his daughter and his agency were doing. Not to mention, he also died under mysterious circumstances. He was found dead in the ocean, and it was said that he fell off of his yacht, Lady Ghislaine. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's someone that should have any influence on the public education system at all. And when I tell you it's all connected, it's all connected. And remember how I said that Nikolai Mashijin was the co-founder of the leading decentralized stablecoin? Well, if you know anything about the Federal Reserve, you know that decentralized currency outside of their power completely goes against their plan for ultimate control over the money. And they will not hesitate to remove somebody in their way. Mysterious helicopter crash, found dead in the ocean, and died unexpectedly at 30 in his sleep, all within 3 weeks of each other. This ain't no coincidence, dude. Clearly something is going on, and I am so tired of people making up excuses for all these coincidences.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. There's no such thing as a coincidence. How many times do I got to say that? Do I need to say it one more time? There's no such thing as coincidences. All right?
Now that I've gotten the biased judge to silence Donald J. Trump, my wife might finally break up with her Trump-supporting boyfriend. Listening to her scream, "Make America Great Again," over and over, as she was getting pounded while I cried in the corner, was just too much for me to handle.
Jack Smith is a piece of crap. You know. Let's see. There was a couple other ones on here I wanted to show you guys too. I do a lot on True Social. Well, I don't post a whole lot, but I find a lot of good information there, and try to share it. You know, Meryl Streep splits with longtime husband Don Gummer after 45 years, but they've been separated for 6 years. I wonder why. Wonder what he caught her eating. Honestly, I'm at the point where I don't really care what this guy's opinion is. General Flynn, you know, sure, he's out there talking to people and everything else, but, you know, he knows damn well what the operation's about. And, you know, it just comes in one big loop. President Obama holds the world record for the most children killed by a Nobel Peace Prize winner. Yep. Truth. 100% truth right there. Hey, here's the Tucker Carlson one. Let me get myself muted so I can play this.
Now that we know that it was not, in fact, a pandemic of the unvaccinated, now that we know that Ukraine is not actually winning the war against Russia, it could be time to revisit some of the other slogans we've been assured are true and ordered to repeat. Are they, in fact, true? Did, for example, a racist white cop actually murder a man called George Floyd, a civil rights leader, in Minneapolis on Memorial Day of 2020? Now, we've been told that happened, told it relentlessly for more than 3 years. So at this point, we've been told it so much that pretty much everybody seems to believe it. And because everyone does kind of believe it, a small group of people has been allowed to make massive changes to American society. They include, but are not limited to, decriminalizing stealing, defunding the police, adding a new federal holiday to the calendar called Juneteenth, the ceasing of hiring all white men in corporate America, and of course, significantly, they also sent a cop called Derek Chauvin to prison for more than 40 years. He would be the racist white devil who murdered George Floyd. But the question is, did he actually murder George Floyd? And the answer is, well, no, he didn't murder George Floyd. And we're not guessing about that. We know it conclusively, thanks to a new court case now underway in Hennepin County, Minnesota. The case was brought by a prosecutor there called Amy Sweezy. She's suing her boss. So the case is not actually about George Floyd or Derek Chauvin, but it tells you an awful lot about both of them. In her deposition, which you should read, Amy Sweezy describes a conversation that she had with the county medical examiner, Andrew Baker, right after George Floyd died. Quote, "I called Dr. Baker early that morning to tell him about the case and to ask him if he would perform the autopsy on Mr. Floyd." Sweezy recalls all this under oath in the deposition. Quote, "He called me later in the day on that Tuesday, and he told me that there were no medical findings that showed any injury to the vital structures of Mr. Floyd's neck. There were no medical indications of asphyxia or strangulation." Oh. In other words, George Floyd, according to the official autopsy, was not murdered. He died instead of what we used to call natural causes, which in his case would include decades of drug use, as well as the fatal concentration of fentanyl that was in his system on his final day. So this was not a killing. It was yet another narcotics OD in a country that records more than 100,000 of them every year. The medical examiner clearly understood that and, in fact, articulated it. And Sweezy explains. He said to me, she recalls in the deposition, "Amy, what happens when the actual evidence doesn't match up with the public narrative that everyone's already decided on?" And then he said, quote, "This is the kind of case that ends careers." In other words, everyone lied about it from the very beginning. The people who knew the truth hid the truth and allowed the revolution to proceed. Now they've been exposed. Now we know the truth. What happens next? Well, they're going to ignore it. The Biden administration just issued a long purple statement celebrating George Floyd's birthday. He's a martyr, despite the fact we know that he was not murdered. And by the way, Derek Chauvin is still languishing in jail for the rest of his life. So how do we respond to this? How do we respond to the truth once we have it? Well, Vince Everett Ellison seemed like a good man to ask. He's the author of Crime, Inc. He joins us now. Vince, thanks so much for coming on. So as with so many other stories, the origin
thanks for having me, Tucker.
of COVID, it's a blessing to have you. We now know what actually happened, but the question then is, what do you do with that knowledge? We know that the U.S. government, Tony Fauci, worked with the Chinese to create the virus that overturned the American economy. But like, what do we do with that knowledge? What do we do with the knowledge that George Floyd was not actually strangled to death by a cop?
We have to acknowledge the people that gave it to us and why. See, George Floyd is the Democratic Party's prototypical black man. These are the black men they are trying to create. So George Floyd has to be elevated. He has to be celebrated. He's perfect to them. He was poor. He was uneducated. He was a drug addict. He didn't have a job. He was down there begging and crying and asking the white people to not kill him, to a Democrat, to a white Democrat, this is the perfect black man. So he has to be elevated. Look, not a few days ago, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden celebrated hip hop music. They had a celebration of hip hop.
Hip hop culture is America's culture. It is a genre. It is music and melody and rhyme. And hip hop is also an ethos.
A music genre that calls the black man the N word, calls women the W word and the B word, talks about misogyny, shooting police, smoking dope, selling dope, fighting, killing, acting a fool. They celebrated this genre. Why? Because this is how they see black America. They see us the same way they see George Floyd. And they have to make more of us because everywhere they rule, you know, John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall in the 60s and said, if you think that communism is great, let them come to Berlin. Well, if you think that the Democratic Party is great, let them come to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to St. Louis. Let them come to LA, Portland, Seattle, Memphis. Anywhere where they rule, you'll see George Floyd's all over the place. And they're proud of them. In Baltimore, Maryland, they spend $21,000 per child for every child up there inside the school district. Not one school is proficient in math, science, or reading. But they keep it going every year. Why? Because they're producing George Floyd.
But
and George Floyd's vote for the Democrat Party.
But why would, so when most of us, you, me, I think all normal people look at George Floyd's life, you think this is a disaster. This guy never added anything. He took a lot in prison at least 8 times. I mean, his life was a tragedy at best. Why would you want more people like that?
Because he votes for the Democrat Party. And then he teaches his children to vote for the Democrat Party. And then these white Democrats can feel superior to him. Yeah. He can be controlled by them. Just like, think about an old slave plantation, talking back in the day, how they wanted their slaves to act. Subservient, obedient, ignorant, you know, doing what he was told, not asking any questions, having a slave mind, being dependent on them. This is how they want black men to be in America. This is how they want the whole black community to be. This is why it started in the civil rights movement when Martin Luther King Jr. in his I Have a Dream speech said, 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. He said 5 times in that speech that we were not free. It turned the Declaration of Independence on its head because in our Declaration of Independence, it said that our freedom was an unalienable right given us by God. John Locke, in his second treatise of government, said that an unalienable right is a right given from God. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. The government cannot touch it. It supersedes law. It supersedes the Constitution. However, King said that we was coming to government and to the white man for our right to be free. Even at the end of the speech, he said, on some certain day, we'll be free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we're free at last. He said in that speech, when will we be satisfied? He said, we will never be satisfied until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. That's a fancy way of saying never. And so black people heard that speech and said that we were not free here in America. And we make our children recite that speech every single year on King's birthday. And they say in that speech, the Negro is still not free. George Floyd was a slave in his mind. And the civil rights movement caused him to be a slave in his mind. And today they're still marching 60 years later, telling black people, you're not free. Beg for reparations, beg for affirmative action, kill your children in the womb, cut off your child, you castrate your children, let drag queens come into school and shake their behinds in your children's faces, run God out of the public square. And then they end up like George Floyd. But the one thing they do consistently is they vote for the Democrat Party, and the places where George Floyd's live, they stay in absolute power.
That's a pretty dark explanation. So you're saying that the Democratic Party as an organization intentionally degrades black people to keep them compliant and obedient.
Oh yes, in my book Crime Inc., I talk about one of the main things they do, like the mafia and organized crime. They humiliate black people. They demoralize them. It's a Marxist construct. They demoralize their people. They beat them down. They tell them that they're victims. Well, it was Martin Luther King Jr. that said, they tell you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, how can you pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you're bootless? You know, he told us we were bootless. You know, you have black preachers, and you've heard, you know about my iron triangle, the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker. They go into the black community consistently. You're a victim. You're oppressed. The country hates you. Well, see, I look at them and I say, I'm a black man, but I cannot be oppressed. You know why? Because I'm a child of God. I'm an heir of Jesus Christ. I cannot be a victim. Why? Because I'm an heir of Jesus Christ. I'm a child of God. I cannot be a victim. See, they tell these people to go against their religion and their basic ideology, because most black men say they're Christians, right? But then they walk around saying, I'm oppressed. I'm a victim. I'm afraid. 365 times in our Bible, they tell us to fear not. Yet they walk around saying they're afraid in the United States of America. LeBron James said he's afraid. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar says he's afraid. Kaepernick said he's afraid. Well, I'm a black man in America, and I'm not afraid of a damn thing. I don't ask for permission in my own house. America is my home. So as they walk around here crying, talking about, I'm frightened, I'm afraid, I can't make it, please help me, I tell them they stink in my nostrils. They're an affront to God. The flip side of white male intimidation during the civil rights was also black male cowardice. They laid down and let them beat them, slap them around, rape their wives and their children. Well, no, not me, never me. I'm a free man. I live in the United States of America. They say it's an honor to be, that there's white supremacy and that white people have some type of privilege. Well, as I said before, it is a privilege to be white, but it's also a privilege to be black. And it's a privilege to be an American. And it's really a privilege to be a Christian in the United States of America, the greatest country on the face of this earth. And they're not going to make a George Floyd out of me. I stand up strong. I look them in the eye. And I say, I'm a free man. My freedom comes from God. It's an unalienable right given to me by him. You cannot touch it. And if you try it, I got two things that'll get you off of me. Jesus and my 38. Come try me out.
So the Democratic Party used BLM as a domestic militia in the last presidential cycle 2020 to defeat Donald Trump. Do you expect something like that to happen again?
Well, you see how they use the same tactics as Iran. Iran has Hezbollah and Hamas as their militias. And the Democratic Party uses BLM and Antifa as theirs, throwing the rock and hiding the hand. Of course they're going to do it. They've always done it. Even at the beginning, they used the Ku Klux Klan for their military reign. Now they're using BLM, they're using Antifa, they're using NAACP, and they're their suicide bombers. They're their shock troops. They're their brown shirts. They're their street soldiers. And they're going to go out there, and I guarantee you, Tucker, they're going to look over all the black-on-black violence. They're going to look over all the black men killing black men. They're going to look over all the snatching grabs and all the burning and all the fighting and looting and acting the fool. And they're going to find one crazy white cop that's going to do something to some crazy black man, and then they're going to try to burn this country down for it. That's their plan. That's their template. I hope America's ready for it, because it's coming. And it always works for them. It always works because the press and everybody's just waiting. Oh, they're on the starting line just waiting for it. And as soon as they find that golden kill, watch them go crazy with it. BLM is going to start getting their money from the Democrat Party, because that's who they get it from. The same way that Hamas gets their money from Iran. BLM gets their money from the Democrat Party. And BLM does not stand for Black Lives Matter. It stands for burn, loot, and murder. And that's what we should call them from now on.
Vince Everett Ellison, Bible in a 38. It's great to see you today. Thank you very much.
That was a really good interview. You know what I'm saying? Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's see, what else was there? Was there? Oh, okay. So I got to tell you guys, one of my favorite shows of all time was The Voice. Okay. You know, and the reason that I like The Voice is because the coaches never got to see the talent until they hit the button and turned around for them. Okay. And there's one particular individual in this photograph. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? Oh, hell. All right. I'm going to have to save the image and then pull it up so I can have it full screen. Okay, so I know who this guy is. I know who this guy is, and I believe that this is his wife. Not sure who this woman is here, but she looks awful familiar. Almost looks like Tulsi Gabbard, almost, sort of, kind of. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have not been able to watch The Voice because he's on there this year, and I know too much about him. And the artists that are going there to try out, to get on the show, right, are basically they're unaware of this guy and what he is involved in. You know what I mean? And it's like I tried to watch an episode of it this year, and the thing is, there are some great young singers on there. Okay, but to know what I know, when to know what I know about him, it's like, yeah, I would not be introducing my kid to him in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't even show him my kid, wouldn't even allow him to get a picture in his head of my kid. Okay. And in that first episode that I watched, a guy came out, he sang, he got chosen by, I think Gwen Stefani is the one who the guy chose as a coach, but he brought his daughter out, and I watched his reaction to that little kid coming out on stage and singing with her dad the song called Nervous. So the dad sang the verse, and then the little kid said Nervous at the end, and you just saw John Legend just like beam out. Okay, like the dude turned into a freaking alien, all illuminated and everything else in that moment. Okay, and yeah, it's kind of, yeah, I can't, just can't do it. Oh, here we go.
Now we have thrown the three superstars in our conference. We threw them out. We had McCarthy, didn't want him. We had Scalise, majority, didn't want him. We got the number 2 most popular Republican in our country, and we don't want him either. I'm moving to Donald J. Trump now.
Bump, bump, bump. Clear as a bell. Troy Nails. Yep. So this just went up in the, I don't know why I clicked that, because it always does that. It doesn't really show it, when you're trying to make it bigger. Statue of Satan unveiled in Detroit. That actually looks pretty cool. The cycles of the moon, a whole year. What it looks like. That is kind of cool. And the 5 points of DC there. Never thought about it until I saw it. Light has no shadow. God is light. In him there is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:15 or 1:5. I'm sorry. Then you got the penile detox. What else was there? Who's your dad? Why does it keep changing? Why does it keep moving that? You see that? It's like, hey, they don't want anybody to know. I'm not touching the mouse. And it keeps doing that. Isn't that messed up? Okay. Who's your daddy? Oh, my Lord. Who's your daddy? I'm sorry. You can't hide that. You cannot hide that. If you did not know who his daddy was, now you know. Absolutely, 100%. And if one of them is associated to the CIA, the other one is too. So, it's that simple. All right. U.S. warship shot down 15 drones and 4 cruise missiles headed for Israel. They say that it's coming from Yemen. Iranian-backed militants there. Yep. Okay. Then we got Tim Osman is this guy's real name, in case you didn't know that. Tim Osman was a farm personnel from the CIA. And look who he's hanging out with. Hillary Clinton. Susan Rice. No, that's not Rice. Is it Rice? Condoleezza Rice, I think her name is. Abedin right here in the background. You see her? Right here. Yeah. Barack Obama. Isn't that something? Yeah. I can't make that bigger, but all right. Let's keep going here. Flag of the United States of America. Unity. Got it? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things have been changed. Yeah. I think I know who that guy is. I think we're going to find out a whole bunch of things. In less than 2 minutes, they crossed the border wall. Here we go.
Aquí estamos, porque acá fue donde nos puso la vida. Dejé todo, mis amigos, mi familia y mi ilusión. Y aunque allá he pasado los mejores años de mi vida, decir esto da tristeza, pero acá estamos mejor. Pero acá estamos mejor. Como extraño ver llover y ese sazón de mi viejita. Tengo ganas de volver, pero no es el tiempo aún. Bien sabido que no es fácil ser amigo de la ruina. Aquí vengo tras de un sueño que no lo he logrado aún. Que no lo he logrado aún.
Crazy, huh? Yep. That's how easy it is.
All of the people of Gaza were gone? Would that make you happy?
Charlie LaDuff is the host of No BS News Hour. Charlie, I'm sorry, my ears are still ringing, but how big of a problem is this right now?
In terms of nationally, politically, or here at home where Rashida Tlaib ostensibly works for the people? Which one?
Will you tell me at home? Because I can see how it's playing nationally. Is she popular back there?
Nobody knows who she is, man. Look, she's better known for entering legislation to rename post office. This is a much more violent city, Detroit, than Chicago is or North Philly, and we get nothing. What we get out of her is defund the police, let people out of prison, but you won't see her saying it on the street because she doesn't walk the streets. She's busy up in the Capitol screaming and hurting my ear, by the way, than she is correcting things. I should tell you, brother, this is a swing state. We have 8 of the most violent 50 cities in America, and we get butt kissed. We get this stuff. We get Israel just bombed a hospital. No leadership there. No be calm. Let's find out what happened. Lead. Try to get this thing tamped down. No, we go on the steps and we blame the Israelis. It looks like it may be Hamas. Probably. I'm not going to say. But where is that? We're not having that. We're not having any rational discussion.
So she's focused on violence in Gaza, and she doesn't give a lick about violence in her own district?
Not that I can see. And look, I knew her father. He's a good man. You know what I mean? He's like a good new American. And he called me up and called her a nut. All I know about her is she cheated on her property tax 3 times and never paid the city back. Rashida, pay back the taxes. But I grew up with Palestinians. This is an Arab center of America. There are points to be made. War should stop. But this is not the way to get it done. And she wouldn't come on my show last night because she was busy brokering a ceasefire in the Middle East. That's how you broker a ceasefire.
Yeah, she's not brokering a thing. Are you saying that Tlaib's father told you that his daughter's a nut?
Yeah, he told me she's a nut. She's a scam, that she didn't live at the address she did when she was running for office. He called me up out of the blue. I called her up and say, hey, your old man called me. What's going on with that? She goes, well, he abused me. And I'm like, this is nuts. This family's nuts, man. And so now you get to see what we live with around here.
All right, well, good luck in Detroit. I remember a couple years ago, you took me down to a tour of Detroit, and you were basically the mayor there. So maybe you should run for her seat.
Why? I get along with everybody. I don't need that seat.
That's right. Once you're in office, everybody hates you. Charlie LaDuff.
And that's true. Once you're in office, everybody hates you. Why? Because most people crumble. Most people crumble. You know. Yep. You know, it's just yeah. It's just a little bit much. Here's that video with his chin.
For less than the cost of your morning latte, you can play a pivotal role in transforming the life of a needy jackass. Yes,
okay.
You heard that right. Your generous donation can help him bid farewell to the extra baggage that's taken resuming the life of a needy jackass. Yes, you heard that right. Your generous donation.
All right, you see where the mask is? You see it? We back it up a little bit. See where the mask is? Right here.
Jackass. Yes, you heard that right. Your generous donation can help him bid farewell to the extra baggage that's taken residence on his chin. Just think about it. Donating your spare change can become the best decision you've ever made. It's time for these politicians to bounce back from their challenging chins and experience a new level of confidence. Let's turn their frowns upside down as we work together to sculpt a chin-tastic future for all. After all, every change you contribute adds up to meaningful progress. So what do you say? Donate today, and let's give these politicians the best chance they've ever had at a chin-credible transformation.
A chin-credible. Ever seen a swamp actually drained? This Florida man has. It's not orderly. Turns out the alligators and snakes get unruly when the comfort of their habitat is disturbed. Chaos doesn't scare me. American decline does. Our fight continues. Thank you for having my back. Yeah, that was put out by Matt Gaetz. Yeah.
Fox News alert. House Oversight has been digging into the Biden family's personal and business records. And look what they found. It's a check from Jimmy the Chin, Joe Biden's brother, to Biden for $200,000. Here's what happened. Jimmy shook down a failing American medical company, said he could use his last name to get big investments from the Middle East, you know, selling the Biden brand. So Jimmy promises a company money from the Middle East, gets $200,000, and then sends the $200,000 to his brother Joe the same day. Now, the White House says Jimmy was just repaying a loan that Joe gave him. So Joe Biden, on a taxpayer salary his whole life, is loaning his brother $200,000, who's got multi-million-dollar houses and works in the private sector? Doesn't make any sense. There's more where that came from, and we'll keep you updated on Monday.
Yeah. We'll see where this goes. You know.
In a basement. Presidents, of course, access Air Force One via the front door, right up to the main floor. You don't go in the back door. You don't go through the basement if you're a president, right? Let's take a look at some of the presidents. Ronald Reagan, back then it was a smaller plane, but still the front door. No question about it. George H.W. Bush, he was the first one to get the 747, the front door to the main floor. It goes on like this. Bill Clinton and all the rest, they knew how to get on and off of Air Force One. It's pretty simple. And Donald Trump, he takes it slow on purpose because you don't want to slip and fall. And Joe Biden knows all about slipping and falling, doesn't he? He also, well, doesn't take the big steps anymore. You know, there's a door to the basement of Air Force One. Yeah, it's actually down there. And that's what Joe has been using to access Air Force One. It's a small, yeah, you see that? Like junior steps. Did we vote on this? Did we give him permission to use the basement steps? But that's what he does. And without a word, really, of the media or anybody noticing, and ooh, he almost lost it there. I think it's noteworthy. Don't you? Look at all the times. It's not just a one and done thing. He gets to Andrews Air Force Base, takes the small steps. It's weird. And, well, we know why, though, because the big steps are too big for him. Boom, boom, boom. It was getting to be such a problem. They don't trust him on the big steps. He doesn't trust himself. So he goes the small way. And I think we have another picture here. Yeah, the big steps. If you want to be president, you gotta, this is the eligibility. One of the things. This is a prerequisite. You gotta be able to take the big boy steps to get the big job. Fair enough? I think so. All right. Also, who remembers when Joe Biden announced very self-righteously that how people were supposed to behave at the White House?
But I'm not joking when I say this. If you're ever working with me and I hear you treat another colleague with disrespect, talk down to someone, I promise you I will fire you on the spot. On the spot. No ifs, ands, or buts. Everybody is entitled to be treated with decency and dignity.
Yeah, everybody, damn it. Everybody except the people around Joe. He's notorious for yelling profanities at him, screaming at him. And sometimes we actually get a little peek of what's probably going on behind closed doors. So here's President Biden making a very ill-advised trip to the back of Air Force One to talk to the reporters. People are still mystified by this appearance, including his own staff. At one point, you know, the reporters are like, the staff are like, we got to wrap this up. And sometimes they say, thank you, everybody, let's stop. And Karine Jean-Pierre tried that, and watch what happened to her.
Get it to Gaza and do it quickly.
All right.
Any more about the hospital, sir?
May I?
Don't.
May I ask you about? There's a report in the Times.
Don't. I think she was trying to help, Joe, because you were making such a ridiculous spectacle out of yourself. Don't. Joe gets very angry all the time, especially when he doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember when he took on our friend Jerry, the hard hat, who's a gun expert, and Joe doesn't know a damn thing? Well, it starts to get kind of ugly. Joe, he starts pointing his finger and using profanity. So one of his staffers tries to, find a way out. Let's get out of this. Let's be nice and leave. Watch.
All right, thank you.
No,
Shush. You know how quickly I'd be in HR getting a lecture, and maybe worse if I told somebody to shush with my hand? That's not treating somebody with dignity and respect, is it? Look at that staffer there. She was very sad. This is after, she's there working with the vice president of the United States at the time. She'd just been told to shush. What is this, fourth grade? Come on, Joe. And they're just trying to help you. Even that guy, Kirby, is that his name? He realizes he's got a real handful with Joe. He was looking at Tony Blinken during that thing yesterday. Like, I told you this was a mistake. And actually, it's been noted that he said out loud that we have to stop this thing. We have to stop it. Watch.
That was never said.
Do you think there's a lesser chance now that Israel won't go in and into Gaza, and that can be averted?
You want to stop it? You want to stop it? You want to stop the insanity? He made horrible gaffes, so many mistakes, the rudeness beside, and he gets away with it. They just try to kind of sanitize it and portray him as an actual respectable person who's the president of the United States. That's what the media does. Not around here, though. Thank goodness for us, right? I'll be right back.
yeah, we're getting, it's kind of weird. We are getting truth periodically, but not as much as I'd like to see. Just not as much as it as is necessary. For what we have today. San Francisco apartment building loses $250 million in value amid crime crisis. Now facing foreclosure. Wow. What they are doing to that poor state. California was a beautiful country. I was stationed back there in the early 80s at Camp Pendleton, and then again in the 90s. With 4th Marines, 11th Marine Division. Worked at the headquarters battery, for the artillery. It is such a shame to see what is become of that state. I would never, ever, ever, ever go back there again. It's just that simple. Just not worth it. So.
This video is becoming a sensation. UFO is seen in mid-air over South America. This looks a lot like the objects that were captured on October 16th by Camilo A. Herrera, who posted these photos and said that the UFO was seen in mid-air over South America on that day at 5 p.m. over Calamadarian. It remained static for about 40 minutes and then descended into a forest. Relatively large in size, captured with a 4 Humble per Minero lens. It was too large to be any of the 3 usual suspects. The only one that fits is a large balloon. But what's odd is that it remained static for a long time and descended instead of rising further. I'd say it behaves like those 3, but not exactly. Fernando Jimenez posted, "Not everything is a pillow balloon, This one is very tantalizing, in my opinion. Looking at its morphology, a few other sightings come to mind. These ads were somewhat reminiscent. We have another incident in Colombia, a diamond disc-like object with a small sphere coming back not so long ago, as well as that one photo sighting in Crete, fuzziness, and a similar object near Colima del Fuego volcano."
Yeah, so those things are popping up everywhere, and it's just over the last couple of weeks here. Isn't that funny? Black Lives Matter leader stands behind J6 prisoners and endorses Trump. They're not prisoners of just January 6th. They're political prisoners. They're prisoners of war. There's just no getting around that. So if you ever wonder where Mariana Fisk is, well, I'll tell you what, she spends a lot of time off YouTube and on Truth Social. But that's kind of cool. I like that. It's, seeing her out there. Mountain Man puts his stuff up on there as well. Mountain Man puts out some really good info.
Yeah. It's Hamas's. No, it's not Hamas's fault. It's their fault. So therefore, you can't do anything. Now we're seeing Israel lives by a different guide. They live by the accountability. If you come into my house with a stick and hit me with a stick, I'm going to come at you with a gun. And they have every right to do so. So this argument that we're seeing across, then our president comes on. I'm just going to say it. Listen, it was difficult for me, so I understand, Mr. President. But sometimes, you just got to do it. You got to put the damn glasses on because no one's afraid of this.
Oh, Tyrus. Yeah, he's funny. I don't even know what to say. Let's see, what else was there? Was there anything else? Judge Chutkin pauses the gag order on Trump. And we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, so there was a lot of good stuff that came out. You know, this whole week has actually been pretty good. You know, we've seen a lot. You know,
But how can you make a white supremacist value black life when you can't even make the black men and women who create the black life value the black life that they create?
Yeah. And how can you be worried about a white supremacist or a racist killing a black person when you doing it for them?
That's what the man said to me today when I was walking out of Atlanta.
You are making actually if you
you're
think
doing the work for him.
You're doing the work for him. So if you believe that America is full of white supremacists who hate black people, then you are doing them a favor by exterminating black children.
That's what this guy, I was walking out of Atlanta City Council today and I can tell that I had moved this guy with my words. And he said, sis, but what about when the police get him? The police gonna kill him? I said, so what, we gonna kill him first?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hey, by the way, his pancake mix is actually really good. One of the betters, you know, so I'm not gonna read that one out loud. I'll let you guys figure that one out on your own. What a meme. Let's see. Was there anything else? I don't really care too much about anything that Hannity has to say anymore. He has shown his colors one too many times. You know, just big time. Yeah, that's a climate change. Greta Thunberg tweets support for you know who with anti-Semitic symbol. Boy, it seems that they're coming out of it. You know, I don't want to go into any of the stuff on Israel because obviously they'll rip us down off of Facebook or whatever, just because of the fact that it's getting ridiculous. You know, I can't wait for it all to come out into the open. You know, so much that you know that these guys can no longer censor whatsoever. But that's going to take time, and I understand that. I get it. You know, I really do. Doesn't mean I gotta like it though, and I'm not going to. But I'm on a long list. I think there was like 600 and something people on the list that are on a filing for a class action lawsuit against YouTube, Facebook, and 2 other platforms. But do I ever expect anything to come of it? No, I don't. You know, to even there's just no way to go about it. We already knew about the chef, you know. Let's see, which one is this? Oh, that's that one I definitely can't get away with. Jihad Watch, you can't get away with playing that stuff here. They'll take us down, and then my channel will be gone by morning, you know, kind of thing. Was there anything else on there? No, that's it. Yeah. So okay, here. So Don Bacon, Ken Buck, Lori Chavez, I went through all these names yesterday. Those are all people who are just ridiculous.
You need to free Palestine and the apartheid of the Israeli government.
And would you rather be, for your whole life, itchy or sticky?
Probably neither. They both sound terrible.
But if you had to choose, like, hypothetically?
Sticky, I guess.
How come?
I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle of this protest. I feel like.
Yeah, it's just like, if you just had to choose, it's not necessarily going to happen, but.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the protest now, but thank you.
You want to be itchy or sticky? All right, guys, there's your question of the day for tomorrow. Go around asking everybody, would you rather be itchy or sticky? And remember, it's no there's no love lost to the government, okay, in there not being a speaker, because like I've been saying for the last few days, and other people have been verifying it on the stuff that I've been playing yesterday or earlier today and tonight. Is as long as there's no speaker, the purse is closed. That purse is closed. And you know what happens when you open up mama's purse without her permission? You get smacked. Yep. Can't send no money to nobody if that purse is closed. So, and that's where we need it to stay. Let's see what Gates has got to say here.
Out of this, you may not get Jim Jordan as speaker. You may get someone more moderate. What did you actually get for leading this charge to push out Kevin McCarthy?
We're shaking up Washington, D.C. We're breaking the fever. And you know what? It's messy. But the only reason people think there's chaos in this town right now is because the special interests aren't in control anymore. So I think we're going to have an upgrade at the position of Speaker of the House. For me, it was never about any one person. It was about ensuring that we got an upgrade at the position. Kevin McCarthy had failed us. He'd made multiple contradictory promises. We weren't really governing under McCarthy. Everybody's making this big deal out of the fact that we've burnt the equivalent of 4 legislative days on all of this. But I mean, we've spent like 7 legislative days on post offices and procedural votes, for goodness sakes. This is what it's supposed to be. And it's not clean and it's not orderly. And the lobbyists and the special interests hate it. But I don't seem to mind too much.
So, I mean, I still have my doubts a little bit in regards to, Gates. That's just my personal thing, but I'm the kind of person that's instead of just believing you at first sight, you got to prove it to me. You got to show it to me. You got to be who you act like you are in front of the camera. And you need to be that way all the time. It'll be good to see if to see it prove out to for him to truly be a real patriot. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Was there anything else on there? No. Let's see what this new one is. Oh, we already saw this. No. What's this? Proof of checks for money laundering. Yeah. So we'll get there. Wow, this thing is just jumping all over the place tonight. True Social does that periodically. The posts come in so quick and so deep that they skip around on your screen on you a little bit. So, but yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's all I got for you guys tonight. I hope you enjoyed your evening, and that you got a lot of good information, because that's what it's about, getting you guys as much information as possible, because then, with everything that I show you, you get, clues as to where to research for this, where to research for that, and do your own due diligence, so that when you're sitting down with other people, you have stuff to back you up in what you're saying and stuff. And it really does. It makes a huge difference when you're able to present that. I found a interesting video on YouTube. An old made-for-TV series in regards to George Washington that I've actually been watching about an hour here, an hour there, an hour here, an hour there. It's about 6 hours long, and it's a 2-parter. So there's the 6-hour one, and then there's part 2 is his older years, but basically shows about George Washington in his younger years, in his 20s and 30s, and into his 40s, and how he went from being a tobacco farmer to being a to being a general, and pretty good series. Yeah, it's definitely a nice reminder, as you look at it to, what's going on. You know what? I'm going to close out with this. This will be the last video of the night. Here we go. This is what got me started. It probably helped if I shared it with you guys, right? I just realized, wait, that's not on the screen. That's not on the screen. Here we go. Let's try it again.
Have you ever wondered why we go to war? Or why you never seem to be able to get out of debt? Why there is poverty, division, and crime? What if I told you there was a reason for it all? What if I told you it was done on purpose? What if I told you that those who were corrupting the world, poisoning our food, and igniting conflict were themselves about to be permanently eradicated from the earth? You might think that an idealistic fantasy. Well, let me tell you a story. We acknowledge there are criminals, of course. They rob your house, they steal your phone. They can murder you too if they think they can get away with it. We have all experienced criminals in one way or another. Criminals, as we know, are those who choose personal gain over the rights of others and have no regard for the law. But here is where you need to expand your thinking. Criminals can also succeed in business and politics, and can be elected as our leaders. If a criminal became the president, imagine what they could achieve. They could use the full weight of their executive power to commit much larger crimes and ensure they and their friends were enriched to the fullest extent possible. A criminal president could create alliances with other criminal presidents and then collaborate on more global criminal activities. Anything goes. Drug running, human trafficking, whatever makes the big bucks. The 20th century was turbulent with war, economic disaster, famines, and displacement. We have always accepted these things as just human nature, and simply the way the world works. Something inevitable, and due to the weaknesses of human nature that drive us to these actions. This is where we were all tragically wrong. You are not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. So how can we just assume that it is human nature that is driving all this pain and misery? What if it wasn't human nature at all, and as a result of something more deliberate? We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty, which in turn is the reason for war, crime, and starvation. Others were taught that communism, the system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. It is not our nature to fight and be racist. It is not in our nature to rob from others. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. Yes, they got power. More power than a criminal should ever have. They rose to the top of media companies that control our news and entertainment. They ascended to the top of the banking system, also to the Oval Office, to Brussels, to the Vatican, to the Crown. They crept in quietly. They became leaders of agricultural companies who have control over our food supply. Also big pharmaceutical companies, the ones we trust to help us when we're sick. Nobody stopped them, and they just recruited more criminals to help them. First, they accumulated the world's wealth. They invented a system of money called central banking, which lends money to governments with interest, placing countries into eternal debt. People's wealth got less. Their wealth got more. Much more. When a criminal is already as rich as they can get, then protecting their ill-gotten gains becomes the priority. Angry citizens tired of being poor are a major obstacle and can revolt if they suffer enough. The criminals needed to prevent this. So they diverted attention to the last remaining competitor, the people of the world. You and me. We were not happy being ruled by criminals and having to work 3 jobs just to survive. They know we won't accept it. So they use their control of the media to set black against white, woman against man, young against old, Muslim against Christian. They convinced us we were the problem so that we would fight and destroy ourselves. To get it done faster, they attacked all aspects of humanity that make us strong. Like family. Using their influence over culture, they popularized lifestyle choices that led to a surge in broken homes, lost youth, and substance abuse. I could talk all day about how else they deliberately weakened us, and it would turn your stomach. We were just trying to get on with living. So where are all the good guys? Good people just want to get married, have kids, make a living, and enjoy their liberty. Well, there were good guys, many. One became the President of the United States in January 1961. He knew about these criminals and wanted them gone. He knew their intentions for us all, and he wanted to fight them. Sadly, he had no idea how powerful they had become. Reagan also had good intentions for the American people. He knew this criminal mafia controlled almost everything by the stage, including the powerful rogue intelligence agencies. His economic policies were promising, but the criminals needed a weak America to hold on to their power. Reagan was shown with a bullet that a growing U.S. economy and prosperous citizens were not what the criminals wanted. It was looking pretty grim for good people. Every time someone wanted to stand up and do the right thing, they got stopped. Were we ever to be freed? These criminals are also known as the deep state, or cabal, because of how they control things behind the scenes. Every president after Reagan was one of these deep state criminals, and their empire got even stronger. With each bad president came new depths America and the world would sink. The world collapsed into darkness. Do you need me to tell you how? Destroyed factories, declining job numbers, sicker people, opioids, destruction of Iraq, Syria, and Yemen with pointless war, displacement of people into Europe, ISIS, terrorism, collapsed governments, poverty, and genocide. Total misery. Do you think that was inevitable? Hell no. Well, here is where things start to take a new turn. When the full picture comes to be known, it will forever be regarded as the greatest story ever told. Well, here is the top line. Some good people still held positions of power. They valued humanity and the rule of law. While the criminals discussed their game plan at the annual Bilderberg meetings, the good guys were making plans of their own. The information age was coming to change history forever. As the internet flooded into every home and appliances became smarter, and when people started carrying tracking devices, an opportunity to put an end to criminal control over the world was emerging. We became connected, trackable, and surveilled. But so did they. They became dependent, just like we did, on email, SMS, instant communication. It made crime much easier, but it also put them on a grid that, if accessed by the right people, would expose their crimes to the public and end their iron grip on us once and for all. In this new age of information, it was thought that the military should also have its own intelligence agency to focus on cybercrime and espionage. They called this the NSA, the National Security Agency. Here we had every phone call, email, and text from every device stored and archived, whether it be someone making a doctor's appointment or the deep state setting up a massive heroin purchase from the Taliban. In the right hands, it would be enough information to expose the entire sinister criminal plot to rob us blind and wipe us out. Hold that thought. Now I need to explain the plan. The good guys were devising a plan to reclaim the world from the cabal and return it to the people. It would involve alliances with multiple countries, since the criminals had global rap lines, trade, and other infrastructure in place that would need their cooperation. It came down to two choices for America. Launch a military coup to seize the government from whichever cabal puppet was in the White House at the time. Or win legitimately, take control of the NSA, expose the criminals for what they are, and arrest them all. Obviously, the first option would be very troubling for the public. With people still preoccupied with cabal-engineered social issues, they would likely revolt. and hurt themselves and others? No, it would have to be the latter. So they needed a candidate who could win, and who could win big. Many states like California had been so heavily inundated by criminals that even the voting machines were electronically set up to swing votes any which way. It would need to be a very decisive victory. Good patriots in the U.S. military and their global partners asked Trump to run for president so they could take back control of America legitimately without alarming the public. Trump was a good choice, obviously, because he overcame the voter fraud and won. But he was a patriot, and he was loved and admired by the public. He was not interested in joining the cabal because they hated America, and he did not agree with them on that point. As soon as he showed interest in taking power, they activated their media assets to viciously turn on him. That's when we saw the sudden hatred emerge. Even when he won, the cabal still had no idea what he was a part of, and the sophisticated plan that was about to unfold against them. Shocked at their loss, they mobilized their full arsenal of intelligence, media, money, and technology to try and take back power. Their people at the top of the DOJ and FBI then put together a plan to flame Trump and have him impeached. This is where we come back to the NSA again. All messages were stored and could be used to expose this plot and prevent Trump's overthrow. An entire book will be written about the first 2 years of Trump's presidency. False flag terror attacks, down planes, missile alerts, assassination attempts. Here is the point. The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions. Literally the fight for Earth, between the forces of good and evil. I can't put it in simpler terms, but I can say it appears the good guys are winning. The cabal had complete control over North Korea. They hijacked the Kim dynasty, took them hostage, and worked to build up a nuclear arsenal that threatened the world. Kim Jong-un suddenly embracing peace was simply because the deep state were beaten and driven out. ISIS was also destroyed in the year following Trump's win. We are all starting to see the pattern now, that enough time has passed, that our biggest global concerns are starting to recede, and peace is returning. It is all evidence that the good guys are winning the war. But we're still in the middle. While a lot is improving, it still puzzles many that most of these known criminals are still free, especially the higher-ups like Hillary Clinton, the Bushes, and Obama. That is coming in the next chapter of the story. That's why we have Q. The good guys with control over the NSA began the Q intelligence dissemination program to invoke an online grassroots movement that came to be called the Great Awakening. It started on underground internet channels and then moved to the mainstream. Q has been a fun distraction for those who follow world events and desire truth, but it is about to begin a much more important and necessary phase, keeping the public informed when the deep state war breaks out onto the surface. By this, I mean high-profile arrests. Yes, folks, the criminals I'm referring to are famous politicians, actors, singers, CEOs, and celebrities. People who have earned our trust, respect, and admiration. They have done very bad things that are all fully known and documented, and they will be severely punished. Those of us who have followed Q since the beginning will be here to help you make sense of the coming events. We are among the first to realize that our petty partisan divisions are just trivial distractions, and we are all enslaved by a hidden enemy. We realized that the problem was never capitalism or socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power. Fellow slaves, it's time to buckle your seatbelt, recognize your true enemy, and embrace a new future that we all owe to the brave patriots who risk their lives to achieve this victory against the greatest force of evil the world has ever known. May God bless America.
God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. We will see you again in the next couple of days. Peace.